turned him down.
Is he speaking in code?
No, he's just telling you.
We told him to look for that.
But did you get details of this, like, ahead of time? Like, do we know where they're going to be?
No, again, like, that is all that I could get from the people about the Hewn Manor. What was that?
Pissed off cat.
He's a hungry kitty.
He's a meowy kitty.
He's so hungry. He just wants attention.
We just gave him more food. He just wants attention.
He's like, you're still awake. You've been here all day.
All right, so you have a little time here. Is there anything that anyone wants to do? You've got pretty much everyone who was here yesterday is here again. Because they have no life.
NPC life will do that to you.
Did we already check on our dartboard?
No, you literally just got here.
Okay, cool. I go check on my dartboard.
All right, you go up there. I assume you walk in and just say hello and bring everyone up to speed on what things are.
I mean, I knock beforehand so that she can know it's me.
Yeah.
Panic.
Okay. Sounds good. So you head on up there. She asks you for what news has happened.
You turned our elephant into a murderer.
Our poor elephant. But I don't know, we did our thing. We got up there, we took care of everybody that was in that cave, including the hobgoblin with the bone armor, and kind of see if that means anything to her, if that's something ritual to her or whatnot. And also the head, talking head and whatnot.
No, she knew that the hobgoblins were bad news, but didn't know exactly what was going on.
Bears.
Bad news, hobgoblins, yes. So she is going to uphold her end of the deal, and as soon as it's probably actually, there's enough light to get out of Baldur's Gate and maybe to Little Calimsham. That would be a good safe spot to stay, or maybe she'll just follow the river down. So she basically says that the room is yours. You can, do with it as you want.
Why would she go there?
Because it's one of the few places that she knows she can she might be able to blend in. She might probably just follow the river. There's not too many places she knows, so it's like
the desert.
No, the city, their little city right outside Baldur's Gate, because they've got nice walls and they're not filled with murderers.
Maybe I misheard you.
She's not. Yeah, she's not going all the way. Yeah, she's not going all the way down there. Just like that nice little suburb of Baldur's Gate that's got walls and guards.
Okay.
So yeah.
You have the cutest cat. I love them.
Look, guys, I got us a room. What have you done today?
Fair question. What has everyone done today? Oh, they helped you get that room. That's right.
I'm just going to look at my health and look at the amount of blood on me that's not mine.
Yeah. Did we really let out Eldrick to go do a job, right?
Yeah, to find information and whatever he could, and couldn't find much out about the cultists besides what you already know. That is, they're murdering. Did run into your merchant friend who he told you about some sort of something went missing from Hewn Manor, which you guys knew something was happening there, but now he's told you it was some sort of theft, and the Hewn patriarch and her manservant specifically told people that they were going to handle it and not to get involved.
Like, what if I'm nosy?
Well, Edric is like, well, I'm not that nosy.
But like the rest of the group was just kind of off doing their own schmuck things, right?
Yeah. So primarily, do you actually want to check in with them and ask them what they were doing?
Yes, that is probably the better way to go about that question.
Oh, yes. So Rhea is the first one to start talking, and she says that they were going about their business when some cultists attacked them, as you could see by the fact that they're all a little beat up. And she was like, "But don't worry, we took care of it, but unfortunately we couldn't get any more information out of them."
I would like to say that probably we invited them to come and relax with us and get their health back with my magic flute.
Oh, I guess they would spend hit dice.
We didn't level up, did we?
No, there's a long.
Okay.
This adventure goes a long way before.
Oh, I know. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything before last time we took a break.
I'm sure he gets his 1 hit point back without having to roll for it. Actually, he probably just wouldn't use the hit die for 1 hit point.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Save it for the next time he rests today?
Possibly.
You don't know Mortimer's life.
So, I think the only other thing that is of interest down here would possibly be the writers or the Savris, I think was that? Yes, the seer at the bar, who doesn't really look like she's left the bar. She's a little sloshed. But if you want, we can just wait.
Is there a way to determine if a seer is an actual magical seer or just a charlatan?
Considering the symbols that he explained before, I find it believable.
You could always just try and find out.
Because, like, I know this sounds silly to say at this point in the evening, but we live in a magic world where divination is an actual thing that we can use as an investigative tool that I've completely forgotten about.
That is a very true statement.
I'm going to be honest, I don't have the mental capability to figure out what it is that I need to ask.
All right. What about the rest of you? Are you gonna go ahead and just? I assume you're going to wait until you get word about your contact.
Yes, definitely waiting. But I go ask the seer if he can find what's the name of the guy, boss?
Vase.
I'm gonna see if Clank's up to anything.
She says that unfortunately she doesn't know this person, and she would need some very, very clear and defining characteristic that she could focus on. Is there anything in particular about him that is memorable and will not be something that will easily cause some sort of misread and direct her to someone else?
Well, someone next to him has no face. Oh no, Voss has no face.
That would be extremely distinct, she says. So, 1 gold, and I will do my best. If I find something, pay me what you want. All right. She takes the gold. There is some attempt at reading, and all she says is that she sees dirty, brackish water and darkness. And so she's like, "It's Baldur's Gate. That could be anything."
Well, worth a shot, I guess. See you later.
She get that
Now,
gold back.
before you go, just to show you that I'm not some dime a dozen nobody, she plays with her crystal ball a little bit. Then she looks at you. You owe someone something great, and it's going to cost you.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I gotta say, I know that you're trying to prove yourself here, but you just gave me a very vague statement that probably applies to a lot of people.
But is it true?
Yes, but I could also say about you, you probably haven't been outside much today.
Pick one of your friends then.
Sure, the dwarf over there, and I gesture to the not dwarf.
Well, A, that's not a dwarf. I'm not that drunk.
Do I,
Well,
I,
we
do
don't
I
want
hear
it.
this?
Try telling him that.
I was literally about to say, try telling him that.
So, yeah, she goes ahead, does a hand wave over the crystal ball, and she frowns for a moment before it clicks, and she's like, he does not know himself, and to get anywhere, he's going to have to learn who he truly is.
I thank you for your time. Let us move on.
Oh, great.
Was I wrong?
Cue the side quest for a Ronald McNee smasher.
I
Having
don't
a-
know about his extra planner experience.
Well, that's true. You don't know about that, so
I only know about Ariel's. My sister totally sent me a text after that conversation. It was like, William, really? Did something weird happen to you? Is that a phrase you used? And I was like, I'm sorry, Joanna. I'm just trying to
so
be a little coy.
So were you paying attention, Mr. McNee Smasher?
What, when she was telling my wannabe
Yeah.
who I was?
Yeah,
Was I close enough to hear?
I think so. Like, you raised your hand, so she's trying to show off and make it clear that she's not a fraud.
Just a useless not fraud.
I mean, we'll start off with she's obviously has no idea what she's talking about. She's saying I'm not a dwarf. Obviously, I'm a dwarf.
Fine, pick another one of your friends. I will do this until I prove myself.
I even if you prove yourself, oh well. I mean, if you just want to walk up and do it, then just walk up and do it.
She sees that Lyra over there is raising her hand, waves over the crystal ball, again seems to focus on it for a moment, and then looks at you a little bit, and she's like, you don't appear to be someone who would be involved with the Fae, but I get a very strong feeling of a Fae creature lurking in the shadows. A smile, teeth, deception, and poison. Is that too specific for you now? She says, looking at poor Zemar.
Again, doesn't really help your case. I'm sure that you're being very accurate, but you actually have not helped me at all. But I do appreciate your time and your expertise, and I will get in the future.
My turn.
She looks at the dwarf, sort of nods approvingly at all of the holy symbols, and a little bit of hand waving. What you're separated from is more than just physical distance. There is something between you that can't be bridged.
Like the river Styx.
More specifically about the river, that would be great.
If you could just a bit more.
Fucking useless.
Alan clears his throat. If you're all done playing around, I'll send for Tarina. She'll meet you upstairs.
Oh, we were literally just waiting around for you to show up, so we head upstairs.
Rhea sort of like bounces on her feet a little bit, looking at the seer before following after you guys, deciding no, she decides against it.
Wait. I want her to do Lulu.
Yes!
I will pay extra for this one.
So this is the point where the seer looks at the elephant and she says, I don't do readings on celestials or fiends. It's not wise to do that.
Fraud.
But if there's someone else who's not from another plane, sure.
Do I count? I'm only half from another plane.
So this time when she passes her hand over the ball, instead of there being any sparkles or anything, it just goes blood red and then fades out. And she looks at you and she's like, "Well, I'm not sure what that means, but it's not good."
That means the Wi-Fi cut out.
That's what the beeping is.
Everyone keeps saying that to me, but no one will give me a reason why.
Rhea asks if there's any reason that something bad would be happening to you.
I may be being pursued by some, or coveted by some weird demon fiend thing, but no one will give me a name, so I can't even look it up. And I
Wow.
describe.
Everyone sort of nods. They believe you because there's no reason for them not to, but this is not helping them at the moment. So she's sort of looking at the rest of you. She's looking at your group. Mortmar doesn't even bother looking at her. Rhea is clearly agitated. She wants to ask, but she sees that all of you are kind of disbelieving.
I walk.
Yeah, let Rhea do it. See what happens.
If you give her the go-ahead, she's totally going to pay this person to do it.
Yeah, spend more of your money.
And then she stops and she looks at Zamar and is like, "Hey, the lady."
I look at I look at Lyra and say, "Pay the lady," because Lyra has the group.
Oh, that's true.
I give her the gold.
Excellent. This time, she passes her hand over the crystal ball, and it explodes. Everyone in the tavern looks over. The seer is shocked. Rhea is frightened. And the seer just gets up, says, "That's enough for today," gives you your money back, and starts running out of the tavern.
So she's like an omen of doom?
Rhea is very, very shaken. Mortmar is just like he's actually taken notice of this, and this is actually like one of the few times he's ever been concerned. The other time was when a zombie was biting on his face. So Rhea asks, I guess, looks around. Who seems the hermits seem to have known a lot of magic stuff. So she turns to you and she says, "That's normal, right? That just happens. It's nothing to be worried about, right? Right?
Has nothing
Right?"
to do with becoming a Hell Rider against the wills of the of your father figure. Nothing at all. I don't actually say that.
Oh, thank God. Good. But well, Alan like starts, whistling like, "Show's over, everybody. Go back to your drinks."
I head on up.
All right. I assume everyone's going up for this. Just make my life easier.
Sure, why not?
When we get up there, as I walk into is the fish woman still there?
Yeah, she's not leaving until the morning, but she's pretty much just hiding in the back.
And I say, "What did the shark say when he ate the clownfish? Tastes a little funny."
All right, you've done all of the prep that I believe you were planning to do.
Because her god is a shark.
Not anymore. Remember, she had a religious experience.
Right.
You did that. All right. So, let me get my handy dandy handouts. Oh, of course. That's right. It doesn't. They didn't bother to give her. Give me 1 second. They gave her art, but they didn't give her a handout.
Sometimes all you need is art.
Yeah. So coming up the stairs is someone who looks like this. Show to players, and we'll just put that in everyone's journal. Can you actually see that? Because sometimes it doesn't work.
Nah.
No.
Tarina,
Yeah.
for one editions.
Yeah. There we go. So as you can see, she is coming up the stairs, and she looks exactly like you would imagine a buccaneer of Baldur's Gate to look. The other patrons see her and they kind of look away. There's a lot of whispering and muttering. Does anyone have a passive perception of 15 or higher? I don't believe the answer is yes.
Summer child.
Excellent. So she goes, shoos the other people away from what she calls her table, and puts her feet up, kicking off the mud off of her boots, and is just sort of waiting for all of you to come say hello.
I look at the rest and I go, take a hike.
Yeah, no, there's enough of you. They're all going to go ahead and just head out, because this looks suspicious, and they will not want to be around suspiciousness.
Can I practice starts?
No.
Okay.
So, she looks you all over, notices the flaming fists, and sort of sighs. Zaj sent you, right?
Of course he did. Everyone loves Zaj.
Well, for being the bastard that he is, he does keep his ends of the deal.
Lots of deals going around lately.
Very much so. So I understand you're looking for information about the Cult of the Dead 3.
It'd be great. We've been dealing with them literally for weeks. Has it been weeks? It's been weeks, right? Or has it just been days?
It's been days.
I keep on thinking it took longer to get here than it did.
Oh, well, to get here, yes, but you haven't been dealing with them that long.
We dealt with them all like in the middle of the road, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, I guess you could say
like
that.
Something like 4 days away from the city.
Yes. So she's sort of appraising all of you, and giving a look over you. She sits back up straight, stretches a moment, and says, "Don't see any reason to lie to you sort. So I served aboard the Uncivil Serpent. And no one here, I assume, is a sailor or has any background that might be related to that."
Sure don't.
All right. Well, so
Unless it's religion.
it would not be religion in this case. But she says, our old captain, Murasaka Sesprin, like I said, Forgotten Realms has terrible names, and I had a falling out over how much exactly I should be paid. Nice and kind man, Captain Sesprin. His first mate, though, Deadeye, not so kind, not so understanding, and had a much more profound disagreement over how much I should be paid. Now, a friend of mine looks around again. Old Nine Fingers, if any of you know him.
Is that the kind of person I would know?
Yeah, actually, you probably don't even need to make a check, you or Lyra. That is one of, if not the biggest kingpin among the Thieves Guild in Baldur's Gate. So, old Nine Fingers tells me that Deadeye set sail not that long ago, and should be here tonight, in fact. And, well, he's coming to collect a debt, but can't pay a debt to a dead man, so I think we can help each other.
There's lots of helping back and forth going on. I think we're in for it, especially if it's just a kingpin.
Oh, no. Just a pirate. Just a
Thinking
just
that.
a little bit of a pirate. So, my new best friends, that's the deal.
I already have a best friend. Her name is Lulu.
Lulu says you can have more than one best friend.
Oh, you're right, Lulu. Thank you.
Can we consult Lulu for everything? Like, I love her.
You most certainly can until you decide that maybe this is rated R and not appropriate for Lulu.
Now, Lulu, what did we tell you to say when you shouldn't hear or see anything? She just folds her ears over her eyes.
That's a neat trick that you should teach her. So, now, one last little thing is that he's probably going to be angry. But you look like the sort that can deal with that. So, there's the deal. If you've got anything else that you want to say about it, now's the time.
It seems to me that you're just giving us information, and we're putting our lives on the line for you. So it seems like we might need a little extra compensation, because I don't think we're trading equal valued things here.
Equivalent exchange.
No, she nods. She's like, all right. I mean, I don't care who gets my information. I'm sure there's many people who would be more than willing to help me. That's sad. To help me out here. So if you don't want to help Zaj, that's okay.
I will totally help you out.
Excellent. Now, downstairs, you hear the sound of a door being kicked open powerfully, and there's a loud, roaring voice from downstairs asking if anyone has seen a walking dead woman.
I look at gracious, what's her? I already forgot.
Tarina?
Serena, and I go, that the guy?
That is most assuredly the guy, and she gets up, looks at the room.
I see her over here.
The room, hears you yell that, and just heads over to the room, and it's like, why don't you all step outside? I'll just go in here.
Oh, I was gonna fight on this floor. Is that a problem?
Oh, you can do that. I'll just be locked in that other room. From downstairs, you hear some large clomping around. The building itself seems to echo. I said, has anyone seen Tarina? She loves to cheat at Baldur's Bones and anything else she can get her hands on.
Giggity.
I literally told you right up here.
Yeah, she's definitely not upstairs.
What are you talking about? Upstairs.
Behind the wall!
Uh-huh.
I love that movie.
You cannot fool me, ventriloquist!
So, does anyone actually look downstairs?
No, I'm trying to get him to come up here. I'm a small man. I feel like if I poke my head out, I feel like I might just get smashed.
Can he not fit up the stairs? Is that why?
Well, is anyone looking down the stairs?
Fine.
I guess so.
Do it, Ronald.
We're inside of each other.
You look down the stairs, and what you see is a whole bunch of pirates kind of doing what pirates do, checking people out, like, being a little intimidating, but not touching anyone so that the
Can I surmise that he just can't hear me?
well, Deadeye, is the very large Minotaur who is leaning over the bar in Alan's face, and he heard you. He's just having a little fun right now downstairs.
I use
So Ronald, while he's looking at that, let me give you a quick description of old Deadeye here.
A Minotaur just wander into town.
Yeah, no one's getting in his way, because Deadeye is most notable because, as his name implies, one of his eyes has been gouged out at some point in previous time, and unlike other pirates, he's just happy just having a nice scarred face there. He's carrying a large, rusty, or possibly bloody bardish, one or the other, can't really tell from where you are. His crew is being the wonderful pirate scum that they are, and you're probably too far away to really make much else out. But he does finally seem to get bored and is paying attention now to the stairs. But he is a little bit big and will have to squeeze his way up there.
You know how much I can't stand an enemy at a disadvantage in a small space.
Oh no, Step Minotaur.
So we're gonna just move everyone who's utterly
Move.
terrified out of the way.
So we just dangle Ronald over the railing and have him just smash him in the face once he comes into view.
Oh,
I keep forgetting that
pendulum.
the
Swing me like a pendulum.
I'll do it. I mean, if I had upper arm strength, I would.
So
Hey, fellow dwarf. Hang me over the railing.
You get it.
So Skuna and Clank sort of see how everyone's lining up to start causing each other problems, and well, doesn't look like anyone they care about's about to get into a fight.
Clank, no, why? We were
I know.
friends.
You feel so utterly betrayed,
Top 10 anime betrayals.
and the rest of you can add your own self, right? Sorry. This is going to... No, you're not important. Get out of the way.
I may want to move position.
So, note to self, in future, pre-roll initiatives.
This is the same day that we were just in the cave, right? Well,
It sure is.
it's gonna be a rough one, folks.
Cantrip so.
Good thing we got all that inspiration for burying a bunch of bodies.
I do have 2 slots for healing, and I also have... What's it called? Channel Divinity.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
Which will be super helpful. Oh, why do we have 2 dead eyes on here? Whoops.
All of our squishy NPCs, I feel like they're probably not going to be lined up against the wall, easily hit. Am I wrong?
Sorry, I'm trying to... Let me finish getting initiatives down, and then we'll position people where they would actually realistically be standing.
Push to talk.
That's a stream talk there.
Yeah, I realize that.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
Don't you assume what I'm doing?
Don't tell me how to live my life.
You're not my real dad.
If I want to smoke
Alright.
a
Sword descending.
5-inch corn cob pipe.
Is anyone
Got any spinach, Popeye?
What now?
Anyone missing? Oh yeah, Rhea didn't roll an initiative.
Is Lulu is not doing her crazy eyes, is she?
She most assuredly is, but let's go ahead and position people as they cowardly ought.
You best not touch Lulu.
So, Lulu is, of course, somehow going first.
The cat does not agree with that. Dude, you just turned to look at your cat, and cat's like, what? Yeah.
I thought you would agree with me, Father.
Yeah.
Ah!
I unfortunately believe that your careful plan has been shot to pieces by the fact that Lulu is in a murderous rage and is heading straight towards Deadeye.
Oh, Lulu's
Bitch!
dead.
Well, I'm following her.
Is there such
She'll
thing
be
as a
fine.
reaction to grab a small flying creature as it runs by you?
Does it run by you?
No, but it runs by some people, like Rhea and Mortimer. I feel like they might be like, you poor creature.
I mean, remember, she is a celestial being, and so, like, she's got a plan, maybe? Plus, the rest of you are heading down there now.
Alright.
These two casters did not come prepared. They were planning to come in here, like, kick in some doors, like beat up on people. They were not expecting an actual fight, and so they spend their first round mage armoring up. And that brings us to Atros.
Ariel, get back upstairs.
I thought something else was happening. I'm sorry.
I'll move over here by the couch. I don't have enough movement to get to the stairs and poke my head down, so I'm gonna take a rest. I'm on break.
All right, Zemar.
Is it difficult terrain to move through these tables?
No, not for you. You can. Anyone, I assume, could just hop right onto one of these tables.
No.
What was that no for?
I pressed prestidigitation that window to make it sound like it shattered.
Which window? That one?
Yes.
All right. You have broken a window in quotation marks.
I don't know. If I can get some people to run outside. Oh, hey, that's not the front of the building, is it?
That is the back.
That one.
Well, that's a door.
Are they? Never mind. I'm just moving.
Excellent.
I'm useless. I'm useless as can be.
Do you want to double move?
Sure. Right there.
All right.
Hardest place, squishy bard.
Ronald, is it quite possible that you and the tiny elephant are the bravest things on your group?
Well, the furthest I could get is like right there, which I'm still up here, aren't I?
Well, it's like, yeah. So,
Something dodge. Something.
Yeah, I got to like here, so it's like we're gonna back up. Let them come up to us.
all right. So Ronald has gone down the stairs. And you took the dodge action, right? Edric is smarter than the mages downstairs because he had pre-mage armored earlier in the day because it lasts like an obscene 8 hours. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and, make his way up here to be with Zemar, and he's like, okay, we're gonna do this. It's gonna be great. He's more psyching himself up than you.
It's true that I am the one that does the psychic most of the time. Does he have like he's not he by his own admission is not a fighter. Does he have any like buffs he could throw on us?
Well, I advise when you have more time to perhaps ask to see his spell book.
Yeah, I totally thinking ahead.
So, the dwarf pirate cleric down here is up next, and he sees the little celestial elephant. He sees the giant halfling dwarf thing, and he needs both of them to make a wisdom save DC 13.
I'm not hostile.
Is this really what you're attempting?
They just know I'm some person who is upstairs. Do they actually know who I am?
You're in the way.
You said a wisdom save?
Correct. Oh, actually, this is a charisma saving throw. I didn't know these spells existed. So yeah, you can make a charisma saving throw if you think that's better for you. Alright, well, there you go. It was better for you. Lulu, however, has failed and is suffering from Bane. And then he's going to just move behind his big, giant, meaty friend. $20, $30. He's going to come down, push through, and be standing, here in front of Lulu as his turn, while, looking at everyone, and he sees Deadeye, and he's like, okay, this will be interesting. Mortmar is now interested in what's going on.
Stairs and
No, there's stairs this way too.
that's the good one.
Oh, see, I thought they were coming both ways. Whatever, there. Lulu flies, that's fine. So, this goblin is going to cast the spell with his little flute. I know, you're so excited. I need to organize this way better. And Mortmar is more than fine in making his wisdom save. We'll move on to Lyra, who has now got pretty much the run of the place up here. But there's stairs and there's a minotaur downstairs.
Yeah, there's not really any good place for me to hang out downstairs where I won't be, bludgeoned to death. So I think I'm good out here.
Alright, so any other action or just passing?
I'll ready a dodge.
Question, because I already forgot. Was she asking us to kill him, or what was she asking?
That was the understood subtext.
And even Lulu agrees, so.
Correct. Lulu is on board with murdering this minotaur.
I was just going to challenge him to arm wrestling.
There's like a banister around this
Yeah, there's like a safety rail. So
Lyra can move right there and just shoot anything in the back that comes up.
that's true.
Okay. But you guys need to actually, like, draw them up.
Again, Lulu is down there. The only thing I care about is Lulu. Apparently, Lulu's in danger. I gotta go.
We're not going to be able to drive anybody up if she's down there aggroing people.
It's true. So Harkina is up. She sort of views this problem as well. So she's actually going to go. She tries this door and it is locked. And that pretty much puts an end to her current brilliant plan. But,
If I can open this door.
yeah, nope. And she can't. And so she's like ineffectually pulling at the door, like shoulder checking it. And she's yelling, like, someone get one of these doors open. Because that's her best plan at the moment. So these tieflings are no longer interested in the patrons because Mortmar, at least, is come down with, full shield and flail out. And so they're going to go ahead and make their way over. And just make sure I do this right. So you probably have some time, it looks like, before he's gonna, have issues. But he is going to eventually have issues if everything is attacking him. So a plan to break through this barricade would be helpful. And now, Ariel, it is your turn.
Can I even fit downstairs?
No, there's a little traffic jam.
No.
You
could hop over the banister where Lulu is flying.
Lulu is tiny, so you should be able to move through Lulu, right?
Well, yeah, she's small, but the bigger issue is that, once she's coming down, she's got a bunch more people, so she could jump down. But if she doesn't, that's an easy athletics check to not fall on your face. But you could fall on your face.
No, I think I'll try it.
I like this. Okay. So
Here, looks good.
all right, so go ahead and make your DC 10 athletics check. All right, so you are not on your face. You immediately upon seeing Deadeye recognize that that along his chest, those aren't just random scars and markings. That is Baphomet's Baphomet. They had this somewhere. We're gonna say Baphomet.
I think Bahamut might be right. But I might be thinking about
No, that's the friendly dragon god, not the chaotic evil god of minotaurs, which is what he has apparently carved ritualistically on his own chest. And you recognize that as a chaotic evil demon god of minotaurs. He's just got it carved on his chest. Yeah. You do have the ability to take an action unless you needed to dash to get there, though.
Nah, I planned on just getting some distance damage for now. So we're just gonna... Hang on. Found it. Sacred Flame. Just to start it off.
On which target?
The Minotaur.
Excellent. That's a dex save, which he's okay at. No, that is definitely a save.
Oh, come on!
Rhea, seeing the giant jam down there, nope, she can't get over to that door. She's gonna come here and try and just use a strength check to force this door. So, this is actually, because let me make sure I know what's going on here.
Atros is like, hey, I'm trying to nap here. This is my couch. Back off.
So Atros, she actually goes barreling through that door because she didn't bother to check if it was locked, and it is not.
Rookie mistake.
So she doesn't know what the plan was, but she's got you into this room that anyone could have gotten you into because it was unlocked. It looks like a private dining area, but no one was using it. So
It's just a window.
that is a window that takes you outside. It matches with this window.
Sorry, hold on. Which window? Sorry, ping that again.
So this will drop you right here.
Ooh. Call to the others up here. I think I found a way down that's around the stairs. Well, Rhea found a way down around the stairs.
Edric is like, good job, Atros, on finding that way down the stairs.
I love that we have all these NPCs to check doors for us.
Well, so this is a terrible fight because it's like there are 8 pirates, and I'm like, why are there 8 pirates for this? So it's terrible. Anyway, the Minotaur is going to go ahead and stride forward and kick this table just out of the way, and he is going to attack our poor dwarf. First with his bardish, which misses, and then once with his horns, which also misses.
He jams his face into the ground.
Which brings us to the top of the order, at which point, once again, just to make sure, no one here speaks Elvish, right? The elf begins singing, and we're going to just post a little link here once I make sure it's the right link. It is, so you guys can listen to this at your leisure, but the most important thing to note about this is that it is different than the song you heard previously.
So I don't know any lyrics, but do I notice any bardic magic in it?
I mean, besides the fact that it's a ghost elf singing through the walls, not really, but go ahead, you can listen to that while we try and move our way forward. Lulu is going to immediately do her thing and attempt to attack a Minotaur. Not successful.
I thought you said it was successful.
No, I did not.
He said not successful.
Yeah, I knew you were not part of it.
Oh, did you?
Well, that is unfortunate for Mortmar because these guys are like, we're back here safe and sound, and they're just gonna keep shooting their rays of frost at him, and they are 1d6 cold damage, and then one of them crit. So that's a total of 10 damage on him. So that leaves him kind of hurting. But that's all right. The rest of you have a plan. So Atros, you're up.
Okay, what's the worst that could happen?
You die jumping out of a window.
So I gotta ask, this big old ogre out front, not gonna help?
No one it cares about is involved in this fight.
All right.
Going to break this window open.
Okay, that's easy enough. It breaks right open.
Cool. On the balcony, can I tell about how far down a drop this would be?
Yeah, it's a story up, so about 10 feet.
That's fine. I think I'm.
Use a rope.
Well, I used my, well, actually, I could. Did it take an action to break open the window?
And that will be your item interaction because it's just like smack, it's open.
Okay, because I moved 30 feet to get out here. So basically, is what I'm saying is like, do I have enough movement to get down or not so much?
Well, I mean, this isn't a balcony. This is like you would fall, so you could get down there by falling.
But just not through the downstory window.
Right? You would just land like out here next to the big old ogre.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, go ahead and make an athletics DC 10 check to see if you take any fall
Well,
damage.
this would be great.
You're good. I have faith. See, you made it. You're fine. You're down, safe and sound.
With my -1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Zemar is now up.
Skuna Clank, what the hell?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is that door open?
That
Yes, the
one?
window's not open. Never mind.
Yes,
I'm
this
gonna find
door is
out.
not open. But that's okay, because Zemar is here to save the day.
Oh, you know it. So this stairwell, is this 2 movement blocks, and then downstairs is the other 2?
Yeah. By the way, do you know how hard it was to find a version of that song in a language I was fairly confident none of you knew?
There. How do you know? Maybe I do know Swedish. I doubt
Well
that.
done.
I know, I was like, someone might, but maybe not. So, all right, Zemar, you're down here. You see your dwarf being beat up on by a minotaur. A bunch of tieflings are beating up on your dragonborn hellrider friend. Lulu is fluttering around the minotaur's face. So that's your world you live in.
So this is 15 feet I've traveled so far, right?
Yeah. Do you want to just jump down? Everyone else is jumping down.
Yeah. So 15, 20. So I could only get here, and frankly, I don't know if I want to do that. So I think I might just stay on the stairs.
Okay.
You can either
that's
stay on the
fair.
stairs or stand behind me.
Uh,
Stairs are probably a better bet, though.
Yeah, I couldn't get behind you.
Except then I won't be able to get down either.
Window.
Yeah, you could take the action entrance.
No, I was hoping to just go up and down the stairs, back and forth, back and forth.
Ah, yes, the true rogue solution.
But you can hop in and out of window and in and out of room. First floor.
Yeah, but they can get me right now. All my meat shield is blocking the stairs, so they
All
can't
right,
get me.
I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers.
On
It's gonna be
whom?
such a terrible idea. It's such a low save, and he seems like such a big dude. But he is a Minotaur, so maybe he's not very wise. Just do it. Dissonant Whispers on the Minotaur.
You make a good call. The Minotaur that worships a chaotic, evil god of, lust and savagery is not particularly wise, but apparently still makes his save.
Failed save.
Half damage?
Half as much. Does not move away.
Alright, and what is that damage?
6.
Righto, that is first blood on the Minotaur. Ronald?
Halfling.
I gave him such a good headache.
There's also a dragonborn in your way. Technically, Lulu is flying, so there's not an elephant in your way.
This dude here gets an attack against me.
I see no reason why he will not take that at the moment. Well, he got nothing.
Wonderful. I smacked the Minotaur. Raging.
Good. Is there a way you would like to attack?
Into his
I was seeing if you needed to be reckless or not.
No. I feel like reckless, as much as I'd want to make sure I hit this dude, I would rather him not be able to hit me easier.
Unfortunately, a 10 does not hit. So, gonna go ahead and just come to here, to where, since the Minotaur is big and tall, I think he can draw a line of sight without having to shoot through anything. I think, probably.
That and he's
Plus
on stairs.
up top, yeah.
Yeah, that is right.
Well then.
Don't get too excited. Edric, however, is very excited about that
Worst
turn of
wizard ever.
event. That turn of events. He participated. Yeah, that's all right. So, the cleric is going to go ahead, use another spell slot, and he is going to make Zemar make a wisdom save.
That's surprisingly rough.
Yeah, the DC, I believe his DC is just 13.
Well,
All right. He is going to command you to fall to the ground.
I make it look real suave, like just kind of like jump in the air and turn sideways, just land on my side with like the arm out, like I'm lying on the piano.
Just do the backflip into the. Oh.
You don't have any modifier to that?
Nope. But boy, my dex and charisma saving throws.
That is important to keep in mind. Mortmar is using one of his ever so precious spell slots to heal himself. That's his action. So hopefully you guys have a plan. He was hurt a lot.
Okay, never mind. Oh, it's just difficult to see.
Yeah.
He was like half.
That goblin is gonna, there's a lot of people here, so he's gonna hover near the runaway door, and he is going to force Ronald to make a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Do you have disadvantage on wisdom saves for your rage?
All right,
Nice.
that is a save, and we go up to Lyra.
There's a nice
Okay.
spot on the stairs for you.
Oh, I am eyeing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to get
You can
down
make
to
it.
that bottom step.
My hallway light is haunted apparently.
Or you could just jump over.
How far jump is that?
That would be another 10 feet down, so that's a DC 10 athletics check to not fall on your face. But even if you do, it's just half your move to stand back up.
Or you just use rogue ability to dash.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
So the one that doesn't potentially ruin your turn.
Here, I realize that's going to become a problem, so let's just... There you go. Now you should be able to like move your own token back and forth.
Okay, I'm going to shoot at the Minotaur. With advantage, right?
Not with advantage.
Right.
But if you
But
hit, you
with
get your
sneak attack.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
A 14 is actually enough to hit this guy.
Oh, nice. And then I'm gonna go back up the stairs.
Good. I accept that as a plan.
I'm like just up the stairs out of eyesight.
3, 6, 3, and then at the end of her dash, she's going to go ahead and try and jump out. Does she? She should not have athletics, but let's find out and make sure. Yeah, good. But she lands quite gracefully next to the warlock. So we have one attack on Zemar, one attack on Ronald, one attack on Mortmar, and we'll just go, as always, left to right. Ronald up first. For 3 slashing damage. For 2 on Zemar. And then that, I believe, does hit your poor Hell Rider here. It does. So everyone's hurt a little bit, but not as bad as it could be. Ariel, you're up, and the Minotaur seems currently focused on you.
I will keep that attention, and I'll use Toll of the Dead this time.
Which is a DC what save?
Wisdom.
Excellent. He does not save. And that is 6 damage.
Wait, I thought he gets more. Hold on.
It's a D12 if he's already been damaged.
It should be a D12 because he's already damaged.
It was a D12. It just came up as a 6.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. I assume you don't want to move.
Nah, here's good.
All right. Rhea, seeing that everyone else is going out the window, is gonna make her own jump out, and she's maybe the only person here proficient in athletics. So a clumsy landing, but a landing. Politely swings around Skuna, and that's pretty much her turn. Deadeye is snarling at the cleric and is going to go ahead and do what he does best, which is attack relentlessly. So as always, first with his spear.
Oh.
Ouch.
So that is
You're
12 damage on his crit, and then he will attempt to gore you with his horn.
You're
And I don't believe a 15 hits, but he is now a lot more confident in his current fight.
That's because he hasn't met a pissed off Lulu yet.
No, and
Yes.
he has, but Lulu is going to do her little Holifant charge. and will not hit. So we're back over to the people with some ranged attacks. This one's gonna target Rhea because she's coming around the corner and he's got nothing between him and anything else. And then the other one is going to just keep shooting at the halfling because the halfling is the closest thing that he can get to.
The dwarfling, you mean?
Whatever, the dwarfling. So 3 damage to Rhea and 1 cold to the dwarfling. But that's okay, because Atros is up and is ready to swing the tide of this terrible fight.
Pew 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 pew.
And he runs away.
No, but Rhea's in the way.
Well, remember, you can like walk around her, because let me reveal this area out here too, because that no, that's not revealing. There we go. See, so you can like just walk around them if you really wanted.
I think you can break through that window too.
You could also break through the window, but then, here's a closed door, so you break through the window as your free object interaction, and then, I don't know.
Stand in front of a door.
Stand in front of the door and just wait, and like, next turn, I'm opening this door.
Next turn, this door's going to be open, and all hell is going to break loose.
Yeah, so like 30 will take me to here. She's in the way.
Alright, but that's only +2 armor class to whatever you shoot at.
Only. I've been rolling so low, I need everything I can. Alright, actually. Okay. So, let's make the goblin do a constitution save DC 13.
That's mean, because goblins are not good at that.
I was hoping they weren't. Sweet. Alright. Takes 1d6 poison damage. So the 3 poison damage, and he moves 5 feet in a random direction. Alright, roll a d4.
Alright, which way does he move?
Okay. Goes west. 5 feet west.
There we go. He's sitting there next to Clank.
Clank, this would be a great time to get a soul and just bop that goblin,
Alright, Zemar, you are up and you can now stand back up. That did not go nearly as badly as it could have.
I suppose not. The Minotaur still seems very intent on my dwarf friend, right?
Oh yeah, no. He saw a god of someone who serves a good god, and that's got his attention.
If you can save us with giving him any disadvantage, would be great.
That's what I was thinking. But also, like, how hurt does he look?
I mean, he is a giant minotaur. He's gotten pecked away at a little bit, so could
He's
be
probably
better, but could be a lot worse. So
DC 13.
Wisdom, correct?
Wisdom.
No, apparently Baphomet smiles upon him today. Ronald, do you want to try and do something that doesn't care?
I am going to give inspiration to Ariel.
Ignore the fact that I have a flag on me.
One of these days, I'll clear stuff. But look, now I put the flag where it belongs. Alright, Ronald, you've got hammers and you've got things in your face.
Alright, it's time to bring the Big Mac back. Ha ha!
That's amazing.
That's what I'm talking about. Pull your weight a little bit.
The Gonna be 11 damage.
All right.
Ronald smash.
That was actually still not enough to get his attention compared to trying to snuff out the life of one of Ilmater's children, because he's a hateful little thing. Well, he's actually quite big. I assume you don't wish to move, Ronald? Edric, from his position, is still stuck with his poor little cantrip. But at least he's doing... Yeah, he's at least contributing this time.
Which cantrip?
It's the one that gives undead disadvantage and prevents healing. Was that a shake of disappointment, Frank? See, you say that now, but the poor cleric who was having this great plan, he was gonna just walk up and heal his Minotaur buddy, can't. So instead, yeah, you know, move to here. Actually, he worships Baphomet too. He's done casting spells. He's walking up to attack poor little McNee Smasher.
Use an inspiration to prevent that from happening.
Technically, no.
Fine, then I will eat it.
You take 3 damage.
And yeah, I am telling you right now, you've only been dealing me 1 damage.
I know.
Like every time you've hit me, ever since we leveled, I've only taken 1 damage each hit.
But slowly.
Don't complain.
I'm not complaining. It's just fucking hilarious.
So, Mortmar is in decent shape, and he prepares Cure Wounds, not Healing Word, because he's used to fighting alone and not needing to yell at people. So, he doesn't really have any good spells to use right now, and so he's just going to flail a Tiefling and Pirate. Maybe. Alright, so the one by Zamar, has taken a nice giant Hellrider flail to the face.
Not enough to take him.
Not enough to take him out. This goblin, though, is a rank coward and is going to be trying to run away. Does anyone... I assume no one's going to try and stop him.
Well, it's not my turn, so I can't.
Yeah, but Lyra, you're up.
But you can see it if you just want to get that last pot shot in.
Lyra will scurry down a few steps again and again take a shot at the Minotaur.
Sorry, I was trying to understand what I was seeing in the chat, and then I realized I just would not ever understand it.
You're only seeing half a conversation.
It's best not to.
All right,
If
that
you're
is
looking at my
Oh,
chat,
yeah.
best not to.
that is an excellent shot, and then I assume you scurry back to where you're safe.
Absolutely.
I love our cowardly but very effective rogue.
The
Like,
only
I
way
have
to
a-
be a rogue.
Like I have a love-hate relationship with this tactic, because before they hit it with an Areta, what you can do is go up the stairs, do a stealth roll, then come back down and get advantage on the attack roll.
So, your new friend Harkina is eyeing up at disadvantage to take a shot at that goblin that's running away because, oh, poor
Get him,
disadvantage.
Harkina.
Nope, the disadvantage kills the shot, trying to shoot into the darkness. But that's all right. It's not like she was going to be able to shoot anything else. Yeah, she's human. She doesn't have good vision
I
out
didn't
here
realize it
in
was that
Baldur's
dark.
Gate. Pirates are gonna share their attacks. So one on Ronald McNee Smasher. Hey, look! He dealt more than one! One on Zemar.
Defender win or attacker win?
Attacker wins because it's meter beat. And then one on Mortmar, who they do not hit. So some damage all around, but not a whole lot. And it is now Ariel's turn.
Let's try and finish him off.
You
Oh.
do indeed hit,
Yeah.
and he is on his last legs, but he does indeed plan to continue attempting to murder you. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Not much I think I can do, even with what's it called? Oh God, what's the
Yeah.
thing? The flag.
Your divine thing.
No, inspiration is what she's looking for.
Thank you.
I mostly gave it to you in case you get down.
Your
Appreciate-
vote of confidence way high.
I mean, it's at this point, it's the only healing I can do. 'Cause I'm out of spells.
Rhea, seeing a whole bunch of unprotected casters, steps forward to attack one and does not make it through their mage armor. So, good for her.
Participation points.
They're important. Because,
She's really cringing at all about hitting these people. She's really come a long way.
yeah, in a couple of days. That is an attack with its big old spear.
That'll miss.
That will miss because you are way, way tanky. And then with its horns, that will, however, hit.
It's fine. It's fine.
For 6.
Woo!
Just ever so slightly in the fight.
Lulu, do your thing, babe.
Yo, if Lulu takes him out.
And then starts eating them.
Nope, Lulu misses. Just gonna keep on moving through life.
It's really hurting my soul.
She's trying her best.
So these two casters now have a very angry Hellrider teenager in their face, and that's, I think, where they're even though this will be a disadvantage for them, where their attack spells kind of have to go. But no luck from any of them. So, doing well. Atros, you're up, and you've got all sorts of things. Your dark vision, you have a clear shot on the goblin.
Or you could do something helpful.
Because of that, I'm going to shoot the goblin.
We deserve that.
I'm going to
And
miss.
That's what spite gets you. You could burn your inspiration.
I'm gonna shoot at the goblin again and roll the exact same dice.
No lesson has been learned.
Nope.
Right? Do you want to
Are we all gonna
inspiration?
assess for cats?
All right. Do you
I
want to
don't want
move?
his inspiration. I refuse it.
You have been inspired.
Do you need to move, or you hanging out here giving Skuna dirty looks?
I'm out here.
All right, Zemar.
Do it.
What did the pirate say when he turned 80 years old? Aye, matey. And I'm so sorry.
That one was good. That one was good.
On the Minotaur, of course. DC 13.
No, he's too dumb to get your joke.
Why can't I get the roll?
So go ahead, Ronald.
Leroy!
Yeah, go ahead, Ronald. Do something useful.
Wrong
Oh.
meme.
Because I'm going to hit him with my light hammer. Alright. I swing with my war hammer. I inspire myself.
Excellent. That will hit.
Get him.
Because he, like you, is just a big naked guy, basically.
It's going to be 6 damage.
So you strike a killing blow on the Minotaur. The runes on his chest sort of glow for a second before winking out of existence. The other pirates look at you. They're making some decisions in their life. So
I pretty
is there-
much just stand on the corpse and just turn.
you know, I think that guy he's gonna take that swing on you.
Grimace among my...
Yeah, no,
Can
he
you go fuck
misses.
yourself?
He sure can. Edric, looking down, is like, it looks like we're winning. He's probably gonna try and Ray is fine. There's no one in real danger, are they? Yeah, he'll just shoot at that guy. He's the closest that he can see easily. He does apologize that, give him some time and maybe he'll get some better spells in his spell book. So that guy, looking at his, here in case you can't see him, looking at the big dead Minotaur and then looking at McNee Smasher, is gonna go ahead and scream out a challenge in Infernal. Who speaks Infernal?
Not this guy.
Really? Oh, really? Okay, so you hear he's basically calling out a death curse from Baphomet on. He calls him a halfling, but we all know that that's not what he is. And he misses. But man, was that like a big moment for him in his life.
He's very short.
So Mortmar finally deals with one of the pirates in front of him. And if he moves, then all of the squishy people behind him are in trouble. That goblin is gonna keep running away, but he's not more than 300 feet away.
You know what? I bet
Lyra,
you
you're
he
up.
has something on him that's worth thousands of gold.
Yeah, but you wish you didn't tell Stats not to shoot him now. All right, Lyra, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna go down and shoot at that one.
All right. Oh, hey, and McNee Smasher's adjacent. You get sneak attack. And you kill yourself a pirate.
Yar.
Yeah.
We'll just stack dead bodies out here.
I need that there.
Why?
You know it's there. We all know it's there.
Intimidation.
Fine. Are you not entertained?
And I assume you go back to your safe spot.
Yes.
by killing the Minotaur. I am the Hamburglar.
So Harkina, seeing that Rhea's at melee with those, lines up a, as you can see, perfect shot, and with her critical sneak attack, removes one wizard from the fight.
Jeebus.
Harkina Matata.
That's terrible. Let's never say that again. That pirate is inspired by all of the shouting about Baphomet, is going to continue fighting, and he hits your dragonborn friend there.
He's still fine.
For a definition of fine, Ariel, you have the floor.
Healer attack. Healer attack.
Heal.
She's got a whole hit point.
Definitely heal.
Alright. Since you say so. It's something.
What do you do with the drunken guy?
Oh, can I add my flag thing to that? No? Okay.
No, that's got to be to D20 rolls.
Okay.
All right, and you can move. You're free to move.
You can hide in here.
I'm safe. I'm safe here. I can still use my cantrips from here. And heal.
Excellent.
Sure you update your HP token.
Okay, I thought that was
I'm
just
attempting
me.
this.
Nope. Rhea, not very useful. And that's a dead pirate captain. Lulu is actually finished all of this nonsense now that the giant minotaur worshiper of the demon lord is gone, and her eyes go back to that normal milky kind of goofy look, and she suffers a level of exhaustion as she just sort of lands on the ground, too tired to fly.
Lulu!
No!
And she basically just sort of walks here into the corner behind the giant dwarf with the shield and is like, I'm tired.
I protect!
I know there's no way for us to know this, but if we let Lulu keep on getting this state, if she keeps on losing levels to exhaustion, will she just die?
Yes, but you recover exhaustion every time you take a long rest.
Oh, okay.
And that poor pirate wizard is not making any headway against Rhea because it has disadvantage on casting attacks. But Ultros, go ahead and end this fight, I guess.
Ultros.
Yeah, like I said, I'm never gonna get it right.
You've got pretty much all of tonight.
Let's have him make a con save DC 13.
The wizard, right?
Yeah, this guy.
Why do I add +0 when it has a +0? I don't know why I do that. But yes, he fails.
Alright, he takes 5 poison damage. And hold up. 3. And he moves 5 feet east.
Well, he just pushes his way onto the table. That's great. Do you need to move before we hand it over to Zemar?
Now I'm good here.
Excellent. All right, Bard is up. Don't forget about this guy who's in here.
We're just gonna vicious mockery the cleric. DC 13.
It can't be right. Is that right? That says it's right. Okay, he saves.
Welcome to your useless bard of the evening. I have literally not succeeded once. It's
That's okay. You've been so helpful. Ronald, you're up.
So, standing on a Minotaur, I kind of do like a wannabe running leap off of him, double fisting the big back, coming down on top of him.
Let's see what happens.
I kind of really want you to roll a 1 now.
I probably will. Oh, and reckless, because reckless.
Right. Okay. So now he'd need 2 1s.
I mean, he needs 2 1s anyways. He's lucky.
It fell off of the 20, just so you know.
Well, an 18 is a hit.
It's going to be 8 damage.
All right. You've made some progress. Anything else that you need to do?
No, I'll just sit here and take my punishment.
So your wizard is not being particularly useful over there. Poor Edric. The pirate cleric is going to go ahead and try and just trade blows with the other dwarf. It should be that. It is that. Nope. No luck there.
You mean me, dwarf, or do you mean dwarf?
You dwarf. The dwarf he can reach.
Roll one more.
Oh, hey. Thank you for your honesty. Hey, look, another person who dealt more than 1 damage in an attack. And then Mort takes a swing at that tiefling pirate, misses, and brings us to Lyra.
Going to go down and aim at this one, the cleric.
All right. That will destroy your cleric friend. How sad is that for him? I know, you wanted to do something else.
And moving back up.
Alright. Arkina is going to just run up and try and shoot that guy right in the face. And she, once again, just murders that guy right in front of Rhea, who, a little disconcerted by this, but whatever, it's been happening a lot lately.
I gotta say, Harkina really inherited that Hell Rider gene compared to Rhea. It was like, she's pulling her weight, and Rhea's just not.
She's just being a distraction. She's perfect.
I suppose you could say that. All right, we're up to Ariel as our last remaining crazed demon pirate cultist is fighting to the death, as demon pirate cultists tend to do.
Did you consider that line of sight?
Yeah, that's line of sight.
Dope. Let's finish it off with another Toll of the Dead.
All right, and that's DC what?
12. He's already damaged, right?
Correct. He just barely fails.
Eh.
And that is a dead, as I enjoy saying, demon pirate cultist. And I believe you have now secured the Elf Song Tavern.
You're welcome, everyone.
And they're just all watching.
They are. There's, a little bit of concern.
I pull off my bard hat and I walk around the edge of the room.
Some people spit in your hat.
The gladiator, or you're not entertained kind of thing.
So, who actually listened to the song, by the way?
I listened to a little bit of it, but I couldn't hear it. while it was going.
All right. So I want everyone who listened to it to give me an intelligence check, and we're going to give the bard advantage because this is music based. Hey, there we go. So everyone except for Ronald McNee Smasher caught some key words in that song despite the language barrier because they were proper nouns. In particular, the name of Elturel was mentioned in this song, as well as the Hell Riders. But none of you speak Elvish, so perhaps you should try and, add that to your list of things you might want to do. Is see if
on this wall.
Of the people that were here, I believe the only one who the book notes as having any elven heritage is the bartender, Alan Aleth.
As I'm walking by, I go, "Do you speak Elvish?"
Yes, I speak Elvish.
Could you give us a little translation on my way over there? And then I continue on my way, collecting tips from everyone that we just saved.
So he's taking some time to try and write it down, trying to remember it because there was a giant minotaur brawl going on at the time.
Yeah, they weren't in danger. That was us. So
right.
Hold your horses a little bit. Also, jangle jangle.
So eventually he does get everything put together. While he's doing that, I assume there's a looting of the bodies phase.
You know us so well by now.
I also take a horn.
Well, that's disturbing, but sure.
I pick up Lulu and carry her around.
Oh yeah, nope, she's sleeping. So she is pretty much out of commission for the next 8 hours. She has elected to take a long rest, whether you want her to or not.
Unfortunately, Rumble is sleeping otherwise. Have a nice little analog for Lulu.
So, the loot of note, besides apparently Deadeye's horn, is his giant spear. We will treat as a halberd. And if any of you happen to worship the demon Baphomet, you can use it as a holy symbol.
Oh, man. Perfect. Exactly what I was looking for.
Way too big for you. Just scroll through. So, coins worth a total of 21 gold, 37 silver.
Man, what terrible pirates.
Deadeye has 2 gold necklaces around his giant minotaur neck, each worth 25 gold. And he also has in his nose a large gold ring with a white pearl that is worth 125 gold, if you're willing to, rip it out of his nose. Yep, thought so, McNee Smasher. So, Alan is able to get you a translation of the song, and unless the bard wants to sing it, let me get you. Nope, that's Elf Song Rumors. I swear I made this. I know I made it. Anyway, so while I'm trying to find this, is someone updating the wonderful no, let's
Yep.
start here. Fine, we're just gonna do it this way. I wonder if I've somehow not been... No, you don't need to save.
I mean, if you need some help looking, you can just pop one of us up into that good old GM tier, and we definitely.
There we go. That is the translation for the Song of El Terrell. Let's go ahead and just clear.
Perhaps our bard would like to sing it for us.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm totally in singing chops right now. Oh, sing a song of Alturiel, of water, woods, and hills. The sun dawns on her ruddy cliffs and fields green and still. This land of long abiding joy, home strong and brave, renowned by all across the realms and never once a slave. Oh, sing a song of Alturiel. The foes are at her door, the fields by cloven feet, torn by cloven feet from some infernal shore. Arise, the mighty Hell Riders, take up your swift keen swords, and charge into the hellish fray and scatter demon hordes. Oh, sing a song of El Terrell, and when the night does fall, sleep safe beneath companions' light until the dawn does call. We bound by mortal covenant that only ends with death, and so we'll sing of Altariel until our final breath.
Yay! Magnificent!
So
Alan-
talented.
Alan
One thing about-
says it scans better in Elvish.
Oh yeah, it loses a lot in translation. This is the problem of the bard, who just doesn't have the range of languages, you know?
Rhea says, but you don't speak Elvish. How do you know?
Oh, I know.
She
It's quite
accepts that.
impressive. It's quite impressive that the common translation actually does rhyme.
I was gonna bring that up. I was like, oh yeah, sure.
Alan says that's what took him so long. Is he couldn't get the scanning right, but he could at least get the rhyme scheme.
He's secretly a scholar. A scholar turned barkeep.
I think he actually is like a retired adventurer. Let me double check, because it is the Forgotten Realms, and like 90% of them are.
Yet they didn't help us. So
No, he sure doesn't.
I say we walk upstairs and talk to our friend that we just saved.
All right. Upstairs, she has come back out. She's just sitting at the table, boots up again, just like gives you all a nice round of applause as you come up the stairs.
I do a very grandiose bow.
I knew that I made the best of friends. Where did Frank go?
Not sure.
To bed.
I was like, if anyone
Probably
should
got there.
know.
I don't know. He didn't
He's
message
walking
me.
around. He's alive.
Oh, okay. I'm glad he's alive. Can he hear us? Did he bring his headset?
No.
Might have just needed to get a snack or something.
When the munchies come, you gotta munch.
So the block text doesn't make sense, but whatever. Just run with it. So actually, we'll show you the block text after I read to you what she has to say. So she provides you the following information true to her word. She tells you, I have it on good authority that several blocks northwest of Elfsong Tavern is a public bathhouse with a walled garden and 3 frolicking nymphs carved into its front gates. The bathhouse doesn't get many customers. Not even, the cheap or the rough sort. I happened to have a chat with one of them. Man was a follower of Merkel, it turns out. One of the dead 3. Don't worry, that's one you won't have to worry about. I did learn, however, that there is a hideout that the dead 3 use beneath the bathhouse. I have no doubt that is where your killers are hiding. The name of this bathhouse is the 3 Nymphs. They're not exactly subtle, are they?
Was that the That was she ended that with that, right? That was
That is her. And she, looks over the dead Minotaur and company downstairs, and she says, "Well, this does bring us to a lovely, lovely solution that I'm sure all of us could appreciate. Here is one dead pirate captain. What may be in the harbor for us?"
Am I finally getting my boat?
I feel like there might be a boat there for us.
Now, this isn't the entire crew. There may still be some pirates left on board, and perhaps... Oh, I should have mentioned he was a Minotaur. Sorry, slipped my mind. His sister might still be aboard the Uncivil Serpent. And so, I'd understand if you would want to wait to get that boat another night, but...
I'm really tired, and Lulu's just beat. I mean, look at the poor dear.
She sort of acknowledges this, and she's like, well, I would like to get out of Baldur's Gate as soon as possible. You leave a note with Alan, and I'll be here to help take you to the Uncivil Serpent. And I think you should get out of here as fast as you can, too. The Flaming Fist, I can handle that. Demon worshippers would rather not. Evil cults, really, really pressing my patience.
That's why you're not dealing with any of those things. We are.
Exactly.
So, like, relax, have a good time, and in a couple of hours, you'll be yet another of our cronies that just follows us around and does random stuff.
Oh, no. Once I get this boat, I am taking it out of Baldur's Gate. I can get a crew, and if you want, I can get you out of Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I caught that.
Did we?
That's literally what I say there.
No, you don't understand. It's going to happen. And if I have to wait for you too long, I'm going to try and get that boat myself. Because I don't know if you've heard what happened to Elturel, but there's a lot
there.
Then you understand why we need to get away from this place. Especially, she's like looking around at all of the dead demon worshippers. This is unusual even for Baldur's Gate. You don't want to be here any longer than you have to be.
Thank you. We'll be upstairs taking a nap.
Well, alright then. But tick-tock, if I find a better offer for that boat, I'm taking it.
You literally said you probably want to take another night. We're taking another night. We just fought all these mucks. We're a little worn out. I told you, Lulu's tuckered out.
Gotta take care of our baby.
Well, Tarina totally understands that. Looks over the dead bodies once more. Apologizes to
You
Alan.
should probably take care of those.
Yeah, no, she's like paying Alan for his troubles, and then also to forget she was ever here, and then heads on back out into Baldur's Gate. Give Skuna a fist bump on her way out the door.
Thanks, Skuna.
Skuna shrugs. No one I cared about.
I go upstairs and set up my bedroll and go to bed. Because it's nighttime, right? It's definitely nighttime.
It is definitively nighttime.
I snooze away with Lulu snuggled up.
All right. Is everyone else taking this opportunity to take a long rest?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
very much so.
Excellent. So go
I
ahead.
also reclaim any lost arrows. I haven't actually been keeping track of my arrows.
That's okay. Neither have I.
That's okay. Almost no one ever does.
Such a true statement. we go. I think everyone now exists. Everyone now exists. No, wait, you go up there with the real people. Oh yeah, and because it matters, you also have all of those things outside of Baldur's Gate.
Why are the horses inside?
It's so I
They're
can
not
keep track of
those.
them. What? No, this is them.
Poor
No,
Alan.
I'm saying like they're them. They're not those. They're not objects. They're like living things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's
I
I
get
don't
you
know
now.
yet over there.
I love I don't know yet.
IDKY?
So let's go check out that bathhouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's bright and early. It is the new day. I'm going to your journal to push it forward a day so I don't forget, as it is now the 13th of Nighthall, whatever that
It's a
means.
brand new day. and
I
the
need to
sun
do
is
something before
high.
we go to the bathhouse. I need to find myself either an armor or a weaponsmith to drill a hole through this horn that I have, so I can string it up and wear it as a necklace.
You're not
It's
trying
as big as you.
signal horn.
At least that's how he's gonna wear it.
Yeah,
You can make it a hat.
Oh my god.
It's probably literally as tall as you.
It'd be very gutbuster of you to wear it as a hat.
To wear as a shoulder pad.
Or that.
well, that's probably easy enough to do. I would say just let's call it 3 gold and be done with it.
All right.
You can turn it into a cup.
Use your own gold.
That's kind of what I was afraid he'd do in the first place.
Not for drinking.
Yeah, that exactly.
I definitely thought of a
That's what I
protect.
thought he was gonna do from the get go. When he's like, "Can I draw? Because I want to wear this." I was like, "Oh, please no."
So, in the morning, as you're getting ready, Mortmar is, of course, the first one up. He's waiting patiently down at the downstairs for the rest of you. Everyone else sort of trickles in. So, one rumor that you've heard, because Alan is more than willing to just sort of share what he's hearing now with you guys, because you helped him with his problem upstairs, and you minimized the amount of damage caused by the crazy Minotaur. So you're in his good books right now, even if you were walking around.
Shattered like all of his benches. That was really good.
Yeah, you were very good, even though it's because you ran out of spell slots.
I only broke a window.
I shattered a door.
But just one. I could have broken the downstairs window too. I did
right,
not.
right. So,
Touch restraint.
Broken windows are just part of Baldur's Gate business. There's an insurance for that.
Oh no, it actually didn't break. They just pushed it open, right?
yeah, the door just, Rhea was like, I'm gonna force this door open, and it wasn't locked, and she just sort of barreled right through. So,
Classic mistake.
yeah. What Alan has as for you is that the Blaze Liara Porter is making exceptionally good time. Most likely, he says, because there's magic involved. But, you still got a few days before she shows up, and the word on the street from his man on the inside of the Flaming Fist is that Zaj is trying to get this wrapped up quickly, and so trying to either maybe look good in front of his like superior officer. Alan doesn't really know. No one's heard that new elf song ever again. All night, he and the people who work while he's sleeping, they're all like, nope. Went back to the same old song about tragic love being lost in the ocean. Terrible, sad, but nothing more about El Terrell. And that what they also know is that someone else has been asking around about the Cult of the Dead 3. Some very suave, upper city, swanky looking character. But
Does the bard recognize?
that is the description that Alan is able to give you: is suave, swanky, upper city character.
But you've not seen this individual, right?
What just happened?
No. He's just giving you the description that he received of someone else who's been asking around about the Cult of the Dead 3.
Is he fit the description of the schmuck that we threw a hammer at?
Do you consider that guy suave, upper city, and swanky?
I mean, he's definitely not suave, but he is upper city and swanky. Although I guess he was trying to be suave and then like got really brittle when we attacked him.
Hammer went at him is when he
He wasn't like acting anymore, but he was trying to appear suave. Whatever. I'm assuming it's the same schmuck.
probably a fair guess.
I don't see any reason to go to Zodge until we finish fighting the cult. So I say we just go to the cult.
Is everyone actually in agreement? That's great.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Usually
Actually, I want to go do something by myself. I think we should split the party, and then I'll heroically show up after you give me like a signal that my companions might be dying, and I should probably follow up.
Deus Ex Bard.
So, I actually have some really great news for you all. Since
Good news, everyone!
it is good news, because in my notes here, before going to the bathhouse, ensure the party is level 3, provided they have accomplished at least 2 of the 3. Completed additional encounters with cultists in Baldur's Gate, which you've done. The Companion Scabbard, you've done. Sahagin Cave, you've done. And Deadeye. So yes, you've more than accomplished 2 out of those. So take a little bit to bring yourselves up to level 3. I'm going to do the same for your nobodies, and then we will be able to move on with our lives.
Cue level up
Big
music.
level.
It is a nice, huge level for everyone involved.
More like health for me, and very little.
2nd level spells.
2nd level spell!
See, everyone should be excited about 3rd level.
And I get Hellish Rebuke finally.
Hellish Rebuke is so good. Love that stupid spell.
Whoop whoop! I finally made it to 15 HP, you guys.
You literally have less than half.
That's cute.
But I can dash like the best of them.
It is important to have a plan.
And now I got spells.
That's true, you do.
You know what I have? I have a horn around my neck.
Oh, are you doing the thing? Okay. That's better.
That's gonna be so fun.
It won't actually come out until level 5.
All right.
And I'm just gonna I'm just going to stick with my original plan.
So, since you did ask to see his spell book, here is, we're going to just put it in the Roll20 chat. This is Edric's spell book, and he reminds you that he was never supposed to be a frontline member. He was supposed to be, like a personal butler to the Duke.
Yeah, but now you don't serve the Duke. The Duke's dead.
BRB.
That actually doesn't phase him. He's accepted that as a strong possibility.
I know it doesn't phase him anymore, but it's like your job's changed.
Correct. But at the moment, he hasn't got the money for any new scrolls to add to his spell book.
Speaking of scrolls, does anyone actually use that scroll to make in their spellbook? Because I can't use it. I assume the cleric already has the spell. I assume Stats doesn't even have the spell. Because it's like Talk to Dead, right?
Yeah, I think I think that's on the Warlock spell list, so he could use the scroll, but are you going to use the scroll?
I was just saying, like, I doubt we're going to use it as, like, a scroll. Might as well just shove it into our spells.
I like how he's become our spells.
I was meaning Stats if he can use it, but he's the only other one that could.
Oh no, Warlocks don't get a spell book.
That's what I'm saying.
Horses don't gain levels. But what this does mean is that he does now have magic weapon as part of his regular loadout, because that seems to him to be a good idea.
Who does?
Edric. As you can see, his spells are an odd set. So, yes, that's important to know. Alright, and I assume, is anyone still adding levels and things?
I'm just choosing spells, so I can hop in. No big deal.
I'm practically done. Just kind of reading up on certain ones. Yes. Good.
All right. Elfsong Tavern. I feel it's ridiculous that I'm just making copies of all of your tokens every time I go to a new map.
There's not really any, like, details on them other than the basic.
Also true, yes. So, let's wait for everyone to be here before we go to the bathhouse.
Wasn't there a spell that increases your armor class?
Check Shield of Faith for clerics.
Ah, thank you.
Now we're down to stats. Okay, that's all right. He'll be back.
You guys guess what spell I picked up?
What was that?
Guess what spell I picked up?
Mm.
Sleep.
Oh, good. All right. While we're waiting, there was a story I was going to tell earlier. What was it about?
Something about halflings?
Since we're waiting, I'm just gonna grab some tea.
I feel a little ridiculous right now because I have both hot and cold tea.
I really wish I could remember what that story was going to be, Frank. I'm sure it was hilarious.
This is the story of a gnome.
Ride a
No.
river and drown the whole dome.
I was gonna say, this is probably not a story about Edric. He's probably not that important to the world.
I could have sworn it was something about a halfling.
So let's imagine a scenario where we continue playing this game. Avernus probably won't be able to understand me. No?
No, they probably speak common there because they're devils and need to make deals with mortals.
Hmm.
Pretty much almost anything with Avernus intelligence.
I'm torn between suggestion and phantasmal force. I in particular like for example, a target attempting to walk across a phantasmal bridge. If the target survives the fall, it will believe the bridge exists, but come up with some conclusion as to why it fell off.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But no, it's going to be suggestion. That was my leg.
What spell did you take for your second level spell, by the way, Kane?
Oh, I immediately dumped the first level spell and took 2. I took Shatter and Suggestion. Because I haven't been using Hideous Laughter at all, so I was like, psh, done. It was great use to try to take people under our wing and interrogate them, but we also just have been knocking them out recently, so.
All right. I see that we have everyone now, and everyone is leveled up and at their third level. They've added their subclass if they weren't something that got it before level 3.
I got 21 health.
Yeah, you guys are starting
Me
to get there.
too.
Hey, me too.
What's the cleric's new hit point total?
27. Oh, I didn't change it, right.
I got it.
Thank you.
And Lyra, you said you're at 15 now?
Correct.
Making progress there. So you're probably at 21 as well, right? Right, Atros?
Yep. I updated my token.
No, I must have copied it before you had. Whatever.
No,
Here-
whatever. Doesn't matter. Rumble. So fluffy.
So, you make it to the bathhouse. It's exactly as it was described to you. It's rather, discreet, hidden away, but there is indeed a set of 3 stone nymphs carved on the front, and
Did we spend some time? Never mind. This is probably like at least a 10-minute walk, so never mind.
yeah, and so here you go. You can, there's no one out in their little garden entryway, and you could walk right up to the door if you so chose.
I guess we walk up.
I walk up to the door.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go get a bath.
Are you bringing everyone?
Should we
Of
maybe
course.
sell?
It's a bathhouse.
We like to take communal baths in our partying group. I'm gonna let you know that right now.
Just make sure you don't accidentally sit on my horn.
God,
Yeah.
why'd you let him have the horn, man?
I couldn't figure a way to stop him.
He's gonna be
You
too
knew what he
horny
was
for
gonna
all of
do.
us now.
I know.
Hi-yo. Look, you have to admit, every
Oh,
one of our characters have been great.
so here are some neat information updates on your companions because they do things as they're not around with you. Rhea has replaced her healing kit, so she has her healer's kit, so she's restocked on everything. If you try and question her about it, Mortmar says he paid for it, so just let it go. Edric has a scroll of sleep in his possession that he wants to save, and he'll copy it into his spell book at the end of today if he doesn't use it. But he's got it.
Totally fine, Andrew. I appreciate you following up on yourself.
Harkina has, sold everything else she owns to buy 2 silver arrows.
I can't say no. That's family tradition right there.
And
Yeah, but just 2 for everything. Whatever. Not my
Yeah.
money.
yeah,
Don't
no,
care.
she doesn't own a lot. And Lulu, having no use for money, bought nothing.
But it's still fluffy. By the way, are we talking like chinchilla
Katie,
fluffy?
can you talk again?
Hey, Mike, so I can drink.
Okay. There you
Like you saw the picture, it's kind of weird, fluffy.
I'm just talking softness here.
go. It's so fluffy.
Does it look
Maybe more
like a
fuzzy than
chinchilla?
fluffy.
And maybe fuzzy's better.
fuzzy? Okay. The important questions I just have on my soul. Again, any other updates?
Nothing that is important. So, yeah. There. So you knock on the door. Who's doing the talking, by the way? Are you leaving it to the bard?
Preferably.
Of course.
Did I hear we're booting the door?
I only have
Please be talking.
+7.
No, there's no need to boot the door because it's. I hate the reveal area button.
Oh, we're not over there, so.
Yeah, we're also not on the page yet.
Booting the door.
Hopefully, I didn't mess it all up.
Oh, it's fuzzy. Ooh. Masseuse.
So yes, when you knock on the door, they magically open. So what you see is basically exactly what you have in here. There's 3 little bathing areas, 2 rooms off to the side. The 3 women who work here are dressed in very severe black. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. And each of them has like a red handkerchief or scarf tucked into a pocket just somewhere. The one man who's working there has a very obvious skull flail hanging off of his hip. He looks at you all and is, hesitant to say anything. And then he says, "Welcome to the Three Nymphs. Are you here for business?"
I've heard such great things about this place. I just cannot wait to come inside and enjoy the bath. And I didn't know there was masseuse involved, which is I gotta say I'm kind of thrilled about. To be honest, it's been a rough couple days, and I don't travel anywhere without my friends, and these are all my friends. This is Lulu. Lulu is wonderful. Also, does Lulu look crazed?
No, at the moment she seems quite fine.
Are pets allowed?
Great question.
I'm
really
just here to get my horn polished.
You can ignore the dwarf, and I blink the eye that he can't see.
Yeah, so he says, "Please come on in. You'll understand if we ask you to put your weapons away."
Sure, not a problem with me.
No problem.
I mean,
All right.
as far as I understand how bathhouses work, like we're just the traditional thing is that we're just gonna be naked anyways. So like, what are we gonna hang it on?
There's like benches and stuff that you can just like bundle your stuff together and put it on. Yeah, so
I see your mind working up there, Frank.
so when you come in,
How many things can you hide in the horn?
like the first thing you notice when you walk in is that the water has clearly been standing for a while. It's not warm. They're kind of looking at you like you're a little crazy to even be here. The man with
paid for.
the man with the flail kind of steps by the door and is waiting for you all to come in.
I say that we're not taking our stuff off as we enter the place. Like we're getting inside first, right? I'm not just like leaving my shit by the door.
The man shrugs. He's like, "Whatever you're comfortable with."
I mean, I don't want to say I'm a never nude, but none of y'all got that reference. Never mind.
Yeah, the jean shorts.
got it.
Yeah.
Rhea says she's just gonna, wait out here, and you guys do whatever it is you need to do in there. She's gonna just wait out here.
I'll stay with Rhea.
Okay. We
Oh,
walk
we got our
inside.
first kidnapped
We
victim.
pile in.
Okay, everyone but Lyra and Rhea pile on in.
I forget, was this with or without our items?
Oh no, he doesn't care when you disrobe and put all of your stuff in a pile, just as long as whatever. He seems to really not care about what's going on here. So, who goes in has a passive perception of 12 or more. Oh, excellent! You guys notice that
He passes perceptions of 11 now. Look at me.
you do, don't you? Over in, we'll call it this corner, there's like a little desk that's clearly just been like scavenged from somewhere. And on that desk, there's two things of note. A very fancy looking ledger that if you want to try and get closer to, we can deal with that. And there's also a skull, which is clearly an actual real skull.
I don't think this is really a bathhouse. Just saying. I think the masseuses are assassins.
Is it the token? It's the
Speaking of
token,
masseuses,
right?
does it smell in here?
It has that like stale smell of it's like
Stagnant water and
stagnant water.
Mold and mildew.
Yeah.
I know it's a little uncouth to like come up to a place and have to do your business. Like I should have done it before I left the house, But do you got a facility?
It's Baldur's Gate. Go wherever you want.
So that's
sounds
Get
sick.
out.
I'm trying not to dirty the water that I'm about to get in.
You can go outside if you want. There's a little park for whatever you need.
Like, I don't want to say that your bathhouse isn't up to snuff, but like,
It's not.
Kind of gross.
Wouldn't one of these doors have a bathroom behind it?
No. To the door to the north, there's a sign that actually says under repair, and to the south, it says masseuse room.
Oh, I see.
What's in here? Well,
Pretty being taken care of right now. I understand now.
there's probably one back here. Open door.
You open the door. It is exactly what you would think a masseuse room should look like. There's just a single iron cot in the middle of the room. There's no blankets or anything in there. Just a plain iron cot in the middle of the room.
Sus.
I don't know what you guys are complaining about. Where I come from, this is a luxury. I start stripping down, leaving nothing but my new horn necklace on, and I jump into the water.
I'm gonna go
You
ahead.
take off the one piece of cloth you have on.
Uh huh. Now you see that I have 3 legs.
Give me a second here.
Do you need time to admire?
Ronald is canceled.
I'm just double checking.
I cast my cantrip message to Atros and ask, "What do you see in there?"
Wait, why am I outside the room?
I can respond to
Because they haven't
message
moved
works. I can
anyone.
respond back with just the same thing, right? Like telepathy or whatnot. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I relay I was just asking. I relay what we saw in here, and that it's very, in my opinion, is very much suspect. Stagnant water.
This
metal
place is not up to code.
This place is not up to code.
The CDC would shut this place down in a second.
Yeah.
These are the baths?
These are the baths. The bathhouse is here.
Welcome to Baldur's Gate.
I was
I say,
expecting
well,
more.
I know this may seem a little unusual, but I love to perform for my friends. So I don't know if you mind if I play some music while we get ready.
He doesn't seem to care.
So anyway, here's Wonderwall.
And I start playing while y'all do what you do. And after 1 minute, I'm going to make 3 of them make wisdom checks, and if they fail, they're charmed by me for an hour.
All right, what is the DC on this?
13. I feel like probably
Which ones? Which ones were they again?
the 3 bottom.
And you said DC 13?
DC 13.
So we'll start with the guy who's been doing all of the talking. And you have an unfortunate realization that he is apparently extremely resistant to charm effects. And the other 2 just make their regular save without too much. So here's the question. Is that a subtle effect?
If the target succeeds on its saving throw, the target has no hint that you tried to charm it.
Excellent. So at this point, the guy with the flail is going over and just standing by the ledger, watching. And the The three masseuses are just standing kind of impassively, looking around. Not really doing much, just making sure, keeping an eye on everyone.
I'm gonna change tactics. What is the name of this stupid organization that I never remember?
The cultists you're looking for?
Cult of the Dead 3.
So I sidle up over to the main guy and I go, so I have to be honest with you. We're not really interested in the bathhouse. We all
Why is the halfling in the water?
all that.
So while he's
He's
making
special.
this ridiculous pitch he's about to make, what are the rest of you doing?
I am going to tell Rhea to follow me outside the wall. And we're going to sneak around the back and look around for any sort of entrance to a hideout.
Alright, that sounds like a great plan. McNee Smasher, you're actually splishing and splashing.
Splish Splashy was taking a bath.
Oh, that's Saturday night.
Ariel, what about you?
At the ready. Not sure what's going to happen.
Atros.
I'm shifting away from this masseuse, acting like I'm looking at artwork or some shit. I don't know.
You're looking at the water.
Alright, that seems fair. And we come back now to Zemar, who was about to try something crazy.
So we've seen a lot of people on the street just really like, I don't want to say that they're the kind of people that I and my associates want to associate with, but we definitely want to associate with them. We're sick of being trod upon.
This isn't a whorehouse! Get out!
But I thought someone was going to polish my horn.
What'd you do?
I was talking about
Give me an insight check.
From who?
The guy, the Zemar.
The Zemar.
reroll.
Oh yeah, you're a halfling. You get to
Did
do
you
that.
hit on him, Zima?
He may have implied he was looking for whores.
That's a big turnaround.
Nice.
It is. So you get the feeling that this is some fake outrage, and he's just trying to get rid of you.
Oh, I totally thought that.
Oh, good. Well, you were right.
And we just are looking to get into some shady business. Maybe the shady kind of business that you might kill a couple people.
Real quick, perception check to see if the masseuse in front of me has any form of weapons on
Go ahead, make that check. The man you're talking to looks at your flaming fist badge, then looks at you and says, "You don't scare me."
Nice.
I mean,
So you see that she has a very deftly hidden dagger.
it. Cool. So I'm going to kind of like hang towards the edge here on my knees, just kind of watching this transpire. With
Alright.
the idea that if any action is made of any kind of hostile action, I'm just going to grab her and pull her down.
That's grand.
it's almost like I should have thought of the fact that I have a big old badge on my chest.
Yeah. That's been causing you trouble.
I don't think about my appearance much in real life. Don't think about it much in my games. And I look down. Do I notice him look at it?
Yeah, no, he makes a very big point of it.
I was like, oh, this is just so I can walk around the city without any issue. I just throw it away.
What is it with everybody just throwing it away?
Don't worry, he's gonna go run and pick it up after the scene.
Just
We kind of need it. We
I don't
really
know,
do.
this- Actually, I'm kidding. I do still need that.
So here's the new tack that he's going to try. He's going to now be incredibly self-righteous and say that he doesn't know what sort of con you're up to, but nothing about any of you is on the up and up, and he wants you all out of here.
Yes, you're right. That's exactly why we're here. We're not on the up and up. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, snaps at one of
Persuasion?
You could try that, but he's snapping at one of the masseuses and is saying, "Go get the real flaming fist, then."
Man.
So this is slowly starting to spiral out of control. The Lyra and Rhea have made a nice circuit of the place, and there is this very, very full wall around. You see some windows where you can like pop in and see your naked dwarfling friend. The masseuse is standing in front of this window here. There's a window where you can see the iron cot here. And the one thing that's super suspicious, let me see if I can do this. Why does it never reveal the area the first time? Is here, there's a window, and it's the only window that has a curtain drawn on the inside.
Well, clearly we're not getting anywhere with my talking, so I suggest someone just go open that door.
Like, how is this communicated to the rest of the group?
I'm just.
I
I can just
would like-
look at everyone pointedly and look at the door if we want to do it in character. Like I'm just running circles around this guy right now.
I would like to try unlocking the window.
That is a great and excellent plan. Go ahead and make your thieves' tool check.
I'm also going to cantrip message to all my party members saying, I'm going to try to get into this room back here.
It's one target at a time, so it would be a lot. You'd be like out there. There's like 6, 7 people you care about half a minute, just like and you and you and you. So you
Okay,
can.
well,
Half a
I
minute's not a long time.
Well, I saw the dwarfling in the bath, so I'm not worried about him doing much right now. So I'll
And
focus
that's
on the
where
other.
everything went wrong.
I'm the only one in this room right now who doesn't need armor.
All right, let me see if I can do that.
Has she been doing this during all this conversation?
Yeah, no, she was. That's what she's been doing. They've been doing
I know. But like, so technically, she's not like the time that she's breaking in is in the middle of my conversation, not right now.
No. That was
Plus
doing
another
the full circuit because like to go do their search all around. So she is making her check, which is a 12. So this is Baldur's Gate.
Plus 2
2.
proficiency.
Okay, so this is Baldur's Gate, and so you would expect some sort of locks, but someone has put some serious effort to make sure that this window stays shut.
Well, drat. I messaged them inside saying, I can't get in.
I just look at McNee and Masher and look at the door. Look at McNee and Masher. Look at the door. In the middle of my like bantering with this man that we're just running circles around each other, that we're just like neither of us are getting ground. We're just both bullshitting each other repeatedly and not getting anywhere.
Guess I should be hitting the whole dusty trail as I start putting my stuff back on, and as I pick up my warhammer.
Right?
they're not gonna stop you.
I just kind of come over here and take a nice little baseball swing at the door.
Go right ahead.
I can't
Can I
wait.
reckless attack a door?
Yeah.
You can.
All right, two-handed, reckless attack on the
If you want
door.
to burn it on a door,
Yeah,
why
I
not?
rolled 2 7s.
You don't break down the door. In fact, all this does is make everyone very, very angry. Who is adjacent to one of the masseuses? Because I assume this isn't where people are actually necessarily standing.
So glad I moved.
I didn't.
Yeah, because
Is
he,
it the dude down here?
he went over to his desk. So you are probably down here with him in the water.
Definitely
There you go.
not
Lulu's probably floating around over here. Edric is probably like hiding out over in this corner. Mortmar doesn't really care what's going on. So things are about to go very, very bad. So everyone who's adjacent, I think McNee Smasher is the only one who's felt this before. Do I have it?
I swear to God, if this thing turns into a chain, I quit.
No, not that.
Though that was a cool enemy.
Just falls into a pile of chains, and then Jonas just locks up.
No.
Oh, bed.
The daggers come out almost instantly.
Ah.
And they are definitely out for murder, and the man by the desk just has his flail out as well now and is like, you could have just left.
Yeah, but we didn't want to.
Yeah, that's apparently the problem. So I know Zemar has problems adding himself to initiatives. No, we don't need that there anymore.
That's impressive.
This may end very quickly. Maybe I should just leave people on here instead of clearing it every time.
I think what you end up with that is double pieces.
Do you guys think that the enemies have more or less HP than any of you guys?
No.
Trying to decide whether to use sleep.
I mean, Mace Dude might have more, but
Lyra, what was your initiative?
21. It didn't add it?
No, it does not. Let me just do a quick check. All right. So you are first.
Okay. Let's see. So Lulu was not freaking out.
Nope.
No, otherwise this would have started immediately.
Okay, I'm going to center. I can do through a window, right? like an open window.
It
Black.
requires just line of sight, right?
Should, I think. Doesn't actually
Then-
say.
If you need line of sight, you should be fine.
I assume it does.
Yeah, I would assume line of sight. It doesn't actually say it. It just says range area.
Alright.
Okay, so I'm going to move there, looking through that window, and center sleep on that.
Alright.
And it would be able to affect anyone within 20 feet of that point.
Alright, and it's 5d8?
Yes.
Alright, and what is the total?
You click
I
the
guess I
pink
have-
5d8, it'll roll it for you.
Oh yeah, look at that. Not great.
So this person is currently taking a nap. Where's something that looks like taking a nap?
Blue's probably good.
There you go. And that's probably everything you can do?
Yep.
Oh, it's the amount of health, not the amount of hit die, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, it
21
has to.
behaves different.
It has to completely do it. So if theirs was like 15 each, 21 wouldn't be enough to cover 15 times 2.
I'm up, yeah.
You are indeed up.
This guy right there. Look at him.
Correct.
Hey, the schmuck in front of me. It'd be real nice if you stabbed him in the back. Real nice if you stabbed him in the back. You know, repeatedly. As long as it takes.
And that's what save?
Shit. DC 13 Wisdom.
Nope, that's not what I wanted.
I was gonna say,
Wow.
Pretty
Alright.
good roll.
So
failed save. It pursues the course of action you described to the best of its ability. And then it for the duration, which is concentration. And it just continues to try to do it to the best of its ability.
alright. And that was your second level slot?
One of.
Excellent. Alright. What else would you like to do?
This flail.
Mm-hmm.
Big flail.
Big flail.
I do have more health now. I think he might still attack me if I try to walk through him.
No, because you've never left his threatened area.
Yeah, I mean the.
Oh, right.
That's something he does, but I think he still considers me an enemy. It's not like it changed his thing; it just changed his motivation of what he wants to do. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. And
Alright.
Yeah, attack opportunity.
Why don't they put these all on the same page? You are safe for now, and it is now Ariel's turn.
Since we have so many companions, just gonna do a nice old normal on
Great.
that guy. Blejiao. Excellent.
That will hit. Alright, sorry. It was hard to do subtraction. And Atros, you're up.
So, Zimar, did you like charm somebody?
Yes.
This one, if I recall.
Yes. So
So
he
these two are kind of out.
yeah, we are basically fighting one person right now.
Gotcha.
Well, and this guy.
I just didn't want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure I didn't screw up your
Yeah.
plan and attack the wrong guy in my confusion. All right, so
Definitely let him do his thing.
well, Mace Bro, why don't we have him do an intelligence saving throw? DC 13.
Why is he so smart?
Well, damn.
Damn.
Yeah, no, he's fine. I'm just confused why this is so smart. Well, there you go. What else would you like to do?
I'll just exist here.
Fair enough. Lulu's just gonna fly this way. This is a much more calm and, wise approach, as you notice that she doesn't just fly straight in, but alas, not useful. Not useful at all. Arkina, seeing that things are well in hand here, is going to, come forward, and she's going to put her bow away and is going to, next turn, because she's got to pull out her tools, she's going to try and get this door open. Ronald, are you going to get this door open this turn?
Ronald, smash.
There's our boy.
Alright, go ahead and give me damage on this door.
It's 10 damage.
Alright, the door splinters, cracks, and you can see inside.
It's amazing. It's dark.
As soon as the door opens, a very foul, putrid smell begins to come into the area, and something in there smells terribly.
Smells like home. Smells like the pink stuff. Referring to the chicken nuggets.
Why are you calling those the pink stuff?
Never saw that, the pink slime.
Mean like the Teletubby, like food?
There's a whole thing where they were showing the everybody where chicken nuggets were slime. Not fluorescent. Alright, so I step in, what do I see?
So it's another cot. You see a boarded, barricaded window. And that is what you see with what you've got.
Alright guys, there's nothing else in there. Just another cot.
Mortmar comes up, does that. Rhea,
Wait, sorry, I'm still doing
Rhea, I guess is going to take the long way around. And then this thing is going to be charmed and come forward and do its thing.
Get the Caesar special.
Can you make the psycho noise for me?
Et tu brute.
So she does indeed stab him very mightily. Edric is up. See, this is the best. No, don't do that. This is the best cantrip line of sight he's got, I think. Well, that's how cantrips go. Your skull man is going to attack Lulu because she's right there in front of him. Right, Lyra, you're up.
Push to talk.
Wrong button again. Damn it. Lyra's going to move to that window and is going to smash the window
It is smashed.
and aim at Jabaz.
All right.
Do I have clear line of sight?
No, that Nightblade's in the way. So it's just, a shot with it having +2 armor class.
Okay. I'm going to re-roll that with Lucky, which I have as a feat.
Okay.
And not any better. I'm just going to leave it.
No, that's better. You went from a you went from a 12 to a 7. Sorry, I was looking at damage. You're right. Zemar, you're up.
I'd already used this one, but your mother was a hamster. Your father smokes elderberries. Wisdom 13. Atravas.
All right. I think you will deal some damage.
Max damage! 4 whole damage!
All right. He is now dead.
Wow.
Oh no.
Ariel, you've got Sleeping One and Charmed One, though it's really got nothing to do with that suggestion anymore.
I'll let sleeping dogs lie. Good old-fashioned smashing.
I mean, technically, I did ask it to stab it in the back repeatedly. Technically, he could still stab it in the back repeatedly.
True enough, I suppose.
But that's really stretching it, I think.
All right.
Do I hit?
You do indeed.
Ah.
All right. That is a hit. And does it get another save when it gets hit, or does it just?
Oh, I'm totally assuming that he snapped out of it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm really grasping at straws. Be like, I mean, I did tell him to just stab him in the back repeatedly. He could do that for 8 hours.
All right. So there we go. Ariel, anything else before we turn it over to the Warlock cannon?
Nope.
All right. Make someone happy. That will actually hit.
We'll hit Sleepy Time T over here.
Well, I assume you'll move up to melee so that you don't have disadvantage at shooting at someone prone.
Sure.
Yes, it'll hit, and you will immediately kill poor Sleepy Time. And
Yay.
I assume you push it
It's a
through
lot of
the
damage.
gory water.
Yes.
It's gross. Right.
Now
up.
it's a bloodbath.
I mean, it was already gross.
Gross. murder.
Lulu, do your thing.
I don't know. Maybe
You
we
go,
should
girl.
No.
question her while she's charmed.
No, the charm's long
the
gone.
charm is only to do one thing. I don't like having to go.
Okay.
Yeah,
And these weren't super reasonable last time we tried to interrogate.
no. And so Lulu misses, and seeing the doors taken care of, she's going to carefully put her tools away because she takes better care of her stuff than the rest of you, and retrieve her stuff. She thinks that everything here is under control, and then she's going to move out of Ronald's way.
Two-handed, reckless, smash to the face. And we smash.
You do.
I don't deal damage though.
Why not?
It wouldn't let me. It's 10 damage.
Well, you have taken care of the initial problem up here.
I call out to the folks outside. Did you find anything out there?
I will message back to him so I'm not screaming outside here.
You're welcome.
No, just that locked window.
I'm gonna walk outside and paint a bush.
I walk into the room.
All right. What is everyone else doing while this is happening?
Lyra will make her way back around and come inside.
All right. So you're inside. Atarian, what are you doing?
Atros?
Atarium?
A terrarium?
Atros?
Yeah, that one.
It just gets further.
Rude. Going to help Ziamara look in this room
I'm gonna just
Alright.
the tried and true loot all the bodies.
because it's stanky. It was locked. It's secretive.
Like, I look around.
Same.
All right.
We're gonna do an investigation.
All right. Atros has you covered here. There is a painfully obvious, once you've seen it, door hidden in the wall here. Now let me go to let me see if I can make. Oh, it's already there. They didn't hide that on the GM layer. Can you see the S where the secret door is?
Oh yeah, we could totally see that.
Why is that not hidden on the GM layer?
I mean, if we hadn't walked around,
I
I
don't-
can't see it.
I don't see an S.
I'm assuming these are stairs. I'm going to descend them.
Oh, wait, I'm trying to figure out why this world thinks it's so. Okay, maybe I just. Now you can see it, right?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
now I can see it.
Yes.
What is
Yeah,
S?
the S wasn't there before, but the painfully obvious black room was.
S is just on the GM layer. It uses that to tell me where secret doors are. And I thought that they did not hide that from the player view.
No, you were okay.
Excellent. So, were you going to finish searching the room before anyone just went hopping downstairs?
Definitely check out that. We should grab that skull and ledger, and probably check the bodies.
All right. Bodies
Agreed.
have really nothing of interest. The ledger is a very fancy ledger, But when you open it, you realize that the pages are all blank because it's not like they really cared about doing bookkeeping here. The ledger itself has in very nice calligraphy a motto. The motto is "Stone hearts never bleed." No one hears from Baldur's Gate, so that means nothing to any of you. The guy with the flail also has a single key on a key ring. And that's really it for you to search the bodies here.
He is important.
Uh,
Once you open the door, I searched.
when we pick up the book,
Mhm.
I can detect magic, see if there's anything like hidden in it.
You cast the spell, or you ask everyone to wait 10
No,
minutes?
I cast it.
All right, you cast the spell. There is nothing magical about this here book.
All right, now we move on.
I don't mind waiting 10 minutes so that way you don't burn a slot. Next time.
No, that's important to know for next time. So, before you go all tromping down the stairs, Mortmar, as much as he hates to admit it, says that it probably wouldn't do to let people just wander in behind you and see a bunch of what appear to be bathhouse workers slaughtered behind you. So he suggests that a few of them stay and watch the door so no one comes in.
Sure, why not? You can also throw the bodies in the other room so that no one can see them as they walk by.
Yes, because it's not like any of us didn't see anything.
Or in the water.
Why is that water?
Grimy. It's grimy anyway.
That'll attract too much smell.
A problem indeed.
How many are we leaving and how many are we taking?
So, the adventure as written is balanced for 4 to 6 PCs. There are 5 of you. So, that means that you could take one.
Clearly, Lulu. I think I speak for everyone.
I don't want to risk Lulu.
Oh, you have
A powerful point.
Very powerful point. Artina pulled her weight last time. Clearly, the dice roll will be the same this time. It has nothing to do with her skill. Clearly, the dice are just going to be great.
Edric would be pretty useful too. Plus, I don't mind losing him.
I hope this is a conversation you're having away from everyone. So, guys, who's expendable?
We're in the stairwell talking with each other. He's way over there.
Yeah.
I say it discreetly.
Because I feel like your friends already have confidence issues.
He's proven to be pretty useful anyway.
Has he?
Yeah, last battle with the centaur, dude. Yeah.
And he's totally trying to turn his life around and get more spells for us. So why not?
Well, if that is the consensus, then all right. I think that's a good idea.
That you were talking about the gnome, right?
Yeah.
I sure hope so, because that's who I thought everyone was talking about.
I thought so too, and then I got nervous.
Edric is his name, right?
It is.
But it's late. My attention.
True.
Is late.
Or early.
Actually, it's very early.
Either way, my brain hurts.
So early that it's late.
Down we go, my lad.
We're so close, you guys.
I'm feeling
So
great.
painfully close.
Yeah, just like
Caffeinated.
3 more hours. Just like one Lord of the Rings movie, guys.
Those were so painfully long.
But so beautifully done.
No.
Painfully long movie you enjoy.
What?
I'm categorically disagreeing with you.
2 hours and 55 minutes.
I could never really understand what was happening in the Lord of the Rings book in the movies because I didn't read the books.
All right, I can reveal down here because it won't mess anything up.
Oh, is that a sewer?
What did you think you were going to find below a stinky bathhouse?
That does explain the smell.
But if it were a sewer, why didn't they have a bathroom?
Did it look like they cared about even trying to make it look real?
It's a front.
Yeah, but even front workers have to go to the bathroom.
When you're an evil death cult assassin, you just hold it. That's why you're
Or
so
a pan-
angry. That's why they keep them so angry and ready to kill.
Or apparently go on the
Constantly
front
have to
lawn.
shit.
Ah, I'll kill anyone. Just let me use the bathroom.
All right. So I went ahead and I lit up this first room. But it's not going to stay that simple. So here are some important features about this dungeon to keep in mind. Everything is hewn here from limestone and unlit unless I tell you otherwise. That's fun. These 5-foot wide corridors, they are 8 feet tall. Rooms like this are 9 feet tall. That's fun. You can work with that. If you'll see around a few rooms, big, like brown at these intersection squares that are load-bearing beams that are quite easily destroyed, and if you do so, the ceiling will collapse.
You got that,
Cool.
dwarf, right? No breaking the stone.
Got it. Tackle people into them.
Certain areas of the dungeon are flooded, and you can see them as the areas that are blue. The water is approximately 2 feet deep and makes it difficult terrain. The water is seeping into the dungeon from nearby sewers through cracks in the limestone, and it smells bad and is undrinkable. And yes, halflings, you heard that right. It's about 2 feet tall.
Oh, well, I'm fine.
This is me.
Also fun.
I go back upstairs and I grab the door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Are
just
you
gonna
paddle
throw
board?
myself around.
Raft time.
Man, I'd really love a broom of flying right now.
But yes. So, do you have any questions about the dungeon?
I have a really important question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I constantly prestidigitation myself as we walk through this dungeon?
So, in theory, yes. But how big of an area does it actually clean? Because it sounds like you'll be having a losing, never-ending battle.
Yeah, but it'll make me feel
1 cubic foot.
1 cubic foot.
Oh, 1 cubic foot, that's actually quite a lot of you.
Me.
And it's only 2 feet. It's only 2 feet deep.
Yeah. So, every like 12
I'm just
seconds.
single-handedly cleaning up the dungeon. I'm kind of serious about that. I feel super gross. I feel super gross.
Edric kind of does as well. He's looking around and he sees like that there's no one tall who's gonna carry him, so he just sucks it up.
How tall is he?
He's a gnome. He's I think about as tall as your halflings, maybe a little bit more wiry.
I feel like he's like a little bit more tall.
Because if he's like at like 2 foot, like I can have him on my shoulders.
Nah, he's like us. He's above it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
It's just extra gross. So there you are. Welcome to what the book calls the Dungeon of the Dead 3. Let's create a marching order.
Okay,
Oh.
so I think one of the magic people who doesn't need both their hands should hold my hooded lantern.
The ones who are going to have to walk like this so that it doesn't fall into the water.
It's only 2 feet deep.
Yeah, your magic dude is a
Atros.
gnome. Oh, yeah,
Atros.
that's right. You're magical.
I give
Right.
Atros my hooded lantern.
Right, the guy with dark vision is carrying the lantern. It's okay.
For the good of the party!
It's okay.
I'm okay with it.
I think at this point, me and Stats are pretty much just okay with anything. It's like, whatever.
Pretty much.
He's falling asleep at his desk. I'm falling asleep at my desk.
So I assume that means you're kind of staying near the middle of the group.
Yeah.
I'll take first.
All right. Is this the way that that it is?
Seems like it.
What just happened?
That's his lantern. All right. So, conveniently, you are saved the tedium of drawing your own maps. I am saved the tedium of drawing your maps.
Balls, this place is huge.
It is. So now that you're here, do you want to follow the path ahead of you, or do you want to go left into that weird little like corner duct?
What can I see down this hallway?
Anything's
Oh, yeah, you can see loads.
Are we in
120.
water right now?
What was that?
We're in water right now, right?
Yes.
You sure are.
Cool.
Oh, I guess you can see in there too if you just walk over there.
Yeah, that's what I planned on doing. Well then, moving forward.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna tie a rope to this door, and I'm gonna throw it to Ariel, and she's gonna
Is she Ariel?
I'll go along with it for now.
just tie it around her.
That's being a good sport.
For the good of the party.
Ahead of you is a grimy, rust-covered, tetanus-filled ladder up from the water. Right, I need to be on the select view. And I assume Lyra's coming forward too.
I
Alright,
would hope so.
we have a ladder.
Well, I was kind of kicked out of the order.
So much for that door, huh?
I strapped the door to my back.
I guess I'll go in back.
I dropped the rope.
Oh wait, did we mess up the order at some point?
No, I
Kind
think
of.
Slightly.
Where's in the middle?
I'm mostly in the middle. We're fine. Everyone can still see.
Alright,
These
Anyone?
people are front.
so first person up the ladder, passive perception is not 14 or higher.
Correct.
Go ahead and make a very quick strength saving throw.
Ooh, okay. Oh,
So, at the top of the ladder, you try to hold on when one of the rungs break free, but you fall and you take d6 falling damage, and you fall into the water. And it's gross. And I'm sorry.
are you rolling for that damage or shall I?
I'll do it so that you don't have to feel bad if something
Okay.
terrible happens.
You
But-
fall like
I
a
will
bitch.
prestidigitate her top half clean.
That's so very nice of you. But yes, the ladder's now safe because it was the top rung that broke on you.
You're welcome.
Alright. Everyone else is coming up and around the corner. Reveal areas.
Yep.
You have a door ahead of you.
Ooh.
I hate this place already.
I use thaumaturgy to try and open the door.
Hey, let me see. This tells me all sorts of fun things.
What if it's unlocked? It's just going to open it from all the way back here.
True.
Yeah, so
I'm like,
okay.
Rhea is like charging through unlocked doors and shit.
I would like to switch places with Edric.
Yeah.
Back to where I was.
So I assume you actually have to let Atros come up so he can see the door to thaumaturgy it, right?
Yes.
I'm happy to move my character as soon as whoever moves in front of me.
Move train.
So that door goes ahead, opens. Let's show you what you see, and then let me refer down to our book to say what you see. Oh, right, this is the room that's all screwed up. So it'll make sense. This chamber is empty, but not bereft of decor. Carved into each of its 3 doors is a full-figure depiction of one of the dead 3. We've got people with enough religion that we don't need to make a check. So this east door depicts Bane. The north door you just came through depicts Baal. And this south door is the carving of Lord Merkel, the neutral evil Lord of Bones. So, there's your door. And when you come into the room, yeah, you reveal everything down there because you have dark vision. And from where you're standing, there is a tapestry down there in that alcove.
Sounds like something we should look into.
It depicts a grisly scene of 4 faceless figures ripping apart a 5th figure, who appears to be screaming. I assume everyone just sort of follows up.
Yes, definitely.
Just gonna check down this hallway.
Is anyone objecting?
They don't have to necessarily follow if we're coming back up. This looks like it doesn't go anywhere. Unless it does.
Exactly, unless it does. All right, down at the bottom,
This is the tapestry, right?
that is the tapestry. Reveal areas should be here. Having dark vision makes things way easier.
I know, right? What do I see?
Three wooden beams brace the ceiling of this flooded chamber, which features a stone altar covered with entrails in the northeast corner. Hanging on the wall above the altar is a 3-foot-tall steel mask in the form of a frowning human skull. Which, again, you guys have done plenty of religious checks and all. That means that is most likely an altar to Baal. Which, do you understand now why I am upset with how this room is figured out? Since the Baldur isn't going towards his altar. It's just someone wasn't paying attention when they wrote this dungeon. But that's really the only goofy part about it. So yeah, you have a tapestry, you have a frowning human skull.
Does anything annoying happen when we enter the room?
No, nothing annoying has happened yet at all.
Great.
Sus.
I have no desire to examine those entrails in that skull, so,
Oh, I want to look at him.
well. I can't
What
say
can I see down the hall?
Yes, you can. Give me 1 second. Reveal areas.
No!
I know, I click the reveal area button, but it really means hide areas. So we'll go ahead and just light that whole area up, because what you see is kind of exactly what you get there. Floating in the middle of this flooded room is a bloated corpse of a shirtless male human with a variety of knife wounds in his back. That's what you can see and tell from there. So there's 3 things of interest down here: dead guy, entrails with the skull, and then the mystery tapestry.
Is there anything
Something here.
No, that's just part of the map meant to look like something. It's nothing.
I say we just turn back around.
Anyone with high investigation to check out the corpse?
You actually do
I have
remember.
highest.
You remember that Edric is both a wizard and an investigator, so he does
Right.
have a +5.
Right.
Oh, I knew we brought him for a reason.
So he does his initial investigation and says, as expected, this man was murdered. Now, I understand that this doesn't shock you, but what I can also tell you is that, judging by some of the other things I can find on his body, and he's like showing you like a holy symbol of Baal, and also the man's own little ball knife. Apparently, there's some infighting among the cultists. I don't know if this is going to be to our favor. The water makes it hard to tell how long this corpse has actually been down here. So, don't know how recent this is, but they are apparently taking care of our problem for us.
I mean, I won't say no to cultists, maker cultists.
Excellent.
Fair enough.
Now, I believe Atros said he wanted to play with the entrails.
But I wanted to look at him, not play with him.
Okay. So, this would be an arcane or religious check.
It's like a flesh slinky.
So, some
You
foul.
want me to help you?
Yep, they're squishy. Yes. Yes, please.
Let's see here.
I would like to arcane it up.
Yeah, anyone else, please, by all means.
All right, let's see what your arcane comes up with as well, by the way. All right, so somewhere very close, something has been recently animated. Not something dead. These entrails were definitely used as part of some magic ritual, but there's an animated something in here. You're not sure what, because you would have had to have been here for the ritual, but this is some powerful dark magic, and whatever is animated has been unwillingly animated. And so someone basically took something's soul and stuck it in an object and is commanding that thing to do stuff.
Is it the ghoul?
What?
Sorry, that's another obscure reference. I apologize. That's Stargate.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to examine while you're here?
I totally want to get out of this gross water. Again.
Is there anything in this corner over here?
No, that's just them being fancy with their map.
I guess back to the not crossroads, but little hub thing, whatever you call it.
Intersection.
Brain don't work too well.
Pick a door, any door.
Thaumaturgs
Right.
at the right.
All right.
A brave group. We're all like, no, you go first.
So you open this door. You hear a nice loud creaking as it opens because it's a very creepy, long hallway.
Great, more
Just like
water!
that. It is more water, and there are some very precarious-looking ladders ahead of you.
Do we just want to open the south door too? Just see what's down that way?
Yeah.
Are you gonna open it?
Yeah, I'll open it.
It is a locked door.
Well, shit.
Ooh, ooh, let me.
Well, better go back to Helltrail or wherever that city was.
Oh man, we've
Venture in here.
what are we ever gonna do?
Oh, we got a road.
I'm going to first check it for traps.
Go right ahead. That would be an investigation.
Not perception?
Perception would let you know where to look for traps, like you're looking for things that look weird, but you're like, I think this door is suspicious, so you want to search this door. And that is you, the player, being like, door's suspicious. And you do a nice, thorough pat down of the door, carefully, cautiously, and you are very confident this door is safe but locked.
Okay, thieves' tools. Oh, I'm going to re-roll that with lucky.
You have what, one more lucky for the day?
This is my second out of 3.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, damn it.
So the door remains locked.
Is there anything preventing her from doing multiple attempts on something like a?
I'm going to use my inspiration.
She uses her inspiration. Only the general rule that whenever you make a check, that's your best attempt. And so if it's not something that's repeatable, like easily repeatable, like trying to knock down a door or something, like something like this, it's like she's not going to just be able to keep trying till she gets a lucky roll, unless she's got lucky and inspiration, like some mechanical way to do it. And in this case, she finally has gotten what she needed. The door clicks open.
+2.
And your passive perception is 13, right?
Correct.
You hear some shuffling around in there. There's maybe somewhere between 2 to 4 medium-sized creatures through that door.
Maybe let's not open it just yet.
I mean,
How loud was I in opening the door?
The bigger problem was probably that no one else behind you was even trying this entire dungeon so far. And you look at your clanky dwarf and your, well, other dwarf who, while wearing nothing, we just assume he's loud. He's just, he strikes you as the loud kind.
Okay, I whisper to the others, just regular whisper, not message. I think there's people back there. We should go this way first.
I think we should totally go this way first.
Sounds good.
Okay.
This
sounds
being this
good.
way, right?
Oh, no, I mean where the people are.
Oh, is that what everyone thought?
Might as
I'm
well.
saying we should go where the people are because they've probably already heard us.
No. Ariel wants to go where the people are.
See them dancing.
I sure as hell don't, by the way.
What I'm saying though is they already know we're here. We don't want to give them a chance to sneak up behind us as we go this way.
This isn't really a good. Well, we don't know what the next room's gonna look like as far as battle either.
This entire place is
find out.
very narrow. I think we're doing a lot of shooting past each other, regardless of where we are.
True.
So, what was the
Alright.
consensus again?
Tankiest people up front?
Boot to the door.
I just need anyone shorter than me in front of me so I can just shoot over top of you.
Oh, that's a wall right there.
Yeah.
I was just moving you out of the way. So, like there? Maybe
Yeah,
up here? I don't know.
I boot the door.
You boot the door! And in the glorious light of this random lantern you have.
I should be able to see past him, right?
Oh, yeah, you can see fine. Inside are 3 ragged old men, each kind of slavering and mad, carrying, maces, cudgels, basically bashing instruments, and each of their hands is also covered in a large skeletal claw.
Hey guys, I found the in dungeon weaponsmiths. We can buy some weapons, trade in all our junk, and I'm just gonna go roll initiative.
Either that or they're like ghouls or something.
Do we want to run into the room so that way we have more opportunities of attack?
Can I make a? I mean, I assume that they already saw us. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah, no. When the door was booted, the subtlety was gone. Also, when you were tromping around through the water and splashing about.
Would an Arcana check work on these guys, or does it have to be religion?
So these guys are definitely not undead. They're just old, ugly, and dirty.
And dead.
And human?
They're not undead?
They are not undead.
They're carrying skeleton hands.
Are they?
Yeah.
Hands.
Yeah. No, they have skeleton hands growing out of their hands, but they're human. Someone has grafted on some bone hands to them. Maybe it grew out of them like Wolverine. Point is, it's creepy and they're old and gross, and that's
Very cool.
That's really the worst thing. So, Arcana check?
I mean,
Not
what are you trying to learn about them?
I was what kind of things we wanted to be concerned about, or wanted to.
Weaknesses?
I guess if they're just people, then they have the same vulnerabilities people have: sharp objects, blunt objects.
Resist necrotic damage.
Nope, they are just people, so there are no weird resistances in play. Make sure I didn't just lie to you. Yeah, I didn't just lie to you. Yep, just got a flail and some claws of the grave is what the book calls it. So I believe Lyra is up first.
Pew pew.
Is that our old initiative?
It is.
I don't know. I just assume you guys update your initiatives.
Nope.
I did.
No, we didn't.
Oh.
I did.
But I have no choice in the
Sorry.
matter.
Yeah, if you select and re-roll, it'll automatically update you in the turn order.
I did, however, forget that you did bring some guy with you. Oh, he was already on here.
Ooh,
Aw,
Johnny's
Snuggly
getting
Frank.
Have to reorder.
Are we all updated?
I think so. So now, in reality, Atros is first.
Yeah.
Pew pew.
Can I hit anything from where I am?
Where's our convenient snap tool? Yeah, no, I'd say he has.
5 people measure at once.
Yeah, I'd say he has cover, so he's gonna get that +2 AC.
Measure 5 times. Shoot once.
Preach.
Or does that work on saving throws?
Nope, saving throws aren't attack rolls, so they would just have to make a save.
Okay, so okay, cool. Yeah, he's within 30.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
It's real tempting to run down that hallway and thunderclap.
Okay, we're gonna do acid splash, so I need a DC 13 dexterity save.
That is a failure, and so he is poisoned and takes 5.
It's just acid damage. Choose 1 or 2 creatures you can see within range. If you choose 2, they must be within 5 feet of each other. Target must succeed in dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 acid damage.
Alright, so he's taking his 1d6 acid damage, which was 5. And I'm going back to the token layer. Alright, unless you want to move, Zemar is up.
I'll shift this way so someone can get in there if they need a angle to attack.
Alright, seems fair. Zemar, you're now up.
So we've been trying to be not too loud, right? It's a thing that we're not like
I think that moment's kind of passed.
kind of fast.
We kicked in a door.
Yeah,
I'm gonna count on my two melee buddies to follow me into this hallway in a second.
I'll be
'cause
right back.
I'm very squishy. And Thunderwave.
okay.
D is a con 13 save.
What just happened here?
No, I moved to the full distance. Is there anything?
No, like they were all dancing.
I just wanted to make sure I knew what was under them. So, 1, 2 succeed, the third one fails. So, what's the damage going out?
Oh, come on. I can't use inspiration on damage rolls, can I?
You cannot.
That's okay then. So that's 7 to the one that didn't save, and what? 3 to the one that did? Or 2 that did?
Yep. Now let me make sure that that they didn't lie to me about something in this room.
There's a pressure plate, and I'm about to turn into an old man with a claw hand. A club.
So, a lit torch is hanging on the wall in here, so it's easy to see. Rough-hewn staircase leads the left side down to another small chamber, which will light up in a moment. And that is really it to see in here. So Lyra is now up while I unhide that room down there.
Also, it was
Okay.
It's like, if things are nearby, they definitely heard me. I don't want to say that I'm waking the dead, but I'm probably waking the dead.
So the 3 party members in front of me are all short. Am I able to shoot above their heads?
They would still grant half cover for the things in front of them, so they would still be getting that +2 AC.
Well, you should definitely shoot something.
Yeah, I don't really have much of a choice. I will be shooting at that bottom one.
All right, sounds fair. Oh, and you do get your sneak attack because Zemar is there. And you said this guy, right?
With my power cord still ringing in the air.
All right. That one is killed, and if you've got nothing else,
Nope, I'm good.
all right. Can he actually get a good shot at anyone?
It's the same angle that
Yeah, that's probably what he's got to do.
no, I think from there.
Oh yeah, but this one's been getting beat up.
Uh,
I mean,
okay.
they all have damage.
I trust the GM's judgment of which one has less health.
Well, I mean, we know this one failed its save, right? So it just by default is probably lower than the one that saved.
I guess we do know it's safe because it got shoved in the wall.
Correct. And it is now frozen and dead. Oh, right. I have to go like this. And that brings us to Ronald, who is able to, have fun.
Double-handed smash.
All right.
Recklessly. $11 damage.
All right. You guys have easily cleared your first true dungeon room as a party.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I'm the one that's in here right now. I just climbed down this ladder right here and check out what's down here. Because you said there's a torch down here, right?
I think you said in the previous room, but it still lights up the other room, yeah.
Is there a sleeping vampire in this coffin that I need to make a stake real quick for?
Is anyone else going down there?
I'll be nearby.
That's always an ominous question. Is anyone else going with this man?
I'm good back here.
All right. So no one else is coming down unless Atros or Ronald surprise me.
Yep.
All right. So you find that the crypt here is sealed rather tight, so you'll need to either make a strength check or get a buddy to help you deal with this.
I have a crowbar.
I'm going to examine it first, and I learn nothing, so I'm like perfectly safe.
Yeah.
Give it a toss, Ronald.
You push off the lid, it splashes and splashes into the it's not deep water here, so it's not like it's going to splash into anyone's face. Inside, you find, the body that belongs here, and then you find 3 books, which I think the bird, even though he doesn't use them, can identify as spell books.
I definitely still have detect magic because I don't think it's been that long, so I think it's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, well, I guess spell books themselves are magic. There are 3 spell books.
Writing is. Can I figure out what they are right away, or do I? Let's just go later. Or is it really obvious?
I think between the people you have here, you cover everything but Druid, Ranger, and Paladin spells only. So, Spellbook 1, I hope someone's writing this down, has Burning Hands, Detect Magic, Disguise Self, Fog Cloud, Ray of Sickness, and Silent Image. Spellbook 2 has Charm Person, Find Familiar, Identify, Magic Missile, and Sleep. The third one has Cloud of Daggers, Dark Vision, Detect Magic, Featherfall, Mage Armor, Magic Missile, and finally, Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
I throw them all at our favorite useless gnome and say, "Hey, you are, man!"
He's going to make some really good use out of these spell books.
I definitely didn't get all of them written down, but I tried.
Just put
so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, just put page 22 by there, and whenever I've had a full night's sleep, I'll read through that and I'll take care of it.
I love finding things like that. It's like, man, I'm a spontaneous caster. Can't even touch the shit.
All right, are you back in your marching order?
Oh, totally. Let's go.
Ish.
Yeah, those things didn't even get to go, did they?
Nope, that was the plan. That's why I ran in and went, boom! Oh, pardon me. be excellent to each other.
I get the feeling that they didn't want you first.
What?
I don't have to be.
All right. Oh no, I want you to reveal areas. All right. So you walk in here. Let's highlight everything you see. So there's a door. There's a corridor. You see the structural beams. Gonna be really important because of what you see over here.
Okay, I don't think you should use thunder here.
It's the Duke.
You should totally use thunder.
No,
Or the same token that the Duke used.
that's more correct.
Oh.
Duke is the one that's down here, not the one that built the sewers.
And he's not on our little roster. So, D12. So, the eastern part of this room is unlit, flooded, and braced with floor-to-ceiling wooden beams. Rough-hewn steps rise out of the murky water to the western portion of this room, which is dry and lit by 2 torches and sconces that flank a stone altar. Shackled to the wall behind the altar is a sickly man in a loincloth with a burlap sack over his head. An alcove in the north wall contains a freestanding suit of plate armor missing its helm.
I saw that. Look.
Yes!
Standing before the altar are 2 grim figures, a powerfully built woman clutching a mace and an even bigger man wearing a bucket helmet. The helmed man is jabbing the prisoner with a spear, causing him to, leap away from being stabbed. Both figures are wearing chainmail, and the woman also has a wooden shield with a leering skull painted on it. They turn when they hear people coming in, and we'll go ahead and if you guys start updating your initiative.
Already done.
Great.
God damn it!
Aww. Eric. It's okay. Technically, we need you to go last, in case any of us get our faces smashed in.
Alright.
How high is this little ramp going up here? Is it like a slight incline?
It's a slight incline, but the ceiling stays 9 feet above it because that's what the book says. I don't understand some of their architectural decisions. All right. Oh, that's interesting. All right, I believe the top of our order is going to be Zemar.
Which one of these is the woman with the massive mace?
So, turn settings, descending, there we go. So, the woman is the one with the mace and the shield. The man here, Yignath, is the one with the spear and the bucket helm.
The one with the spear is the one that's currently trying to stab the man.
He's not like trying to kill him. He's clearly was just torturing him, but now that you've arrived, his attention is on you.
Okay, so I'm not particularly worried about the man right now. That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
More facing me. I'm going to go ahead and use Dissonant Whispers on the woman.
All right.
It will be a Wisdom 13.
All right. She fails even with advantage.
10 damage.
All
In her mind.
All right. That sounds good. And next up, unless you have anything else, is Atros.
Oh, let's do this thing.
So, what's it? Sorry, I've always forget. What's it again for shifting through friendly tiles, or can you not?
You can, but it is treated as difficult terrain, which it already is because it's dirty water. So it's just twice movement to get through.
Am I not this far then?
Yeah, no, I just totally forgot that you should be not that far, but you could still see from there.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
All right, go ahead and make your attack.
Okay, so let's have this first one do a DC 13 intelligence save.
He saves.
Get her.
I say I appreciate you branching out from the Eldritch Blast. Trying to mix it up.
Yeah. Well, I
I assume he'd be closer.
also got a little frustrated with the miss. So I'm like, you know what? Let's let them miss. And so I'm just like, give me saving throws. Give me saving throws. I'm tired of missing.
Frank fall asleep.
He's a
Not
big sleepy boy.
He cannot.
2 hours, Frank. You could do it. Rally.
Is it 2 hours? Oh,
We are
geez.
currently at 21 hours, 53 minutes, and 33 seconds.
We're so close.
We are. Okay, I am going to grab a drink so everyone else can take a moment to grab a drink, get up, slap themselves in the face, and we'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then we're going to power through the last 2 hours. And if you need to slap Frank in the face, go ahead.
I'm just going to run to the bathroom. It might be more than 2 minutes, but I'll be back.
I'm so jealous of y'all that we'll get to go to bed in 2 hours.
All right, this is it. This is really the end. It's just a nice, easy push for 2 hours.
I have a date at noon. There's no way I'm going to wake up if I go to sleep. So I literally am not going to sleep until whenever I get home after that. So I'm very jealous of your 2 hour timeline for yourselves.
Why would you have done that?
'Cause
Wait, what are you doing?
I have a date
At what time?
at noon. So I'm not sleeping.
Why?
Kane made bad life choices and should remember he's on stream.
It's the only time I could do it. I mean, like, without waiting forever, it seemed like. So I was like, let's just go.
All
You're
right.
doing what?
let's just play the game.
Yeah, Ronald, you're up.
Again, doing
I
it.
hurt for you, Kane. I hurt.
I literally can't move.
I missed something.
You're
Oh, that's right, you can't.
Oh, I guess you can't.
Why not?
I
Because-
can only go 25 feet, but it's difficult terrain. And
You-
I can only go 20 feet, and everybody's in the spaces.
You could use your action to dash, because you can move and dash and move and take your action in any order. So dashing would give you a total of 40 speed, so you could push through.
I think that's the only solution.
You know, I've never had one of these like IBC black cherry sodas at like 5 or 6 in the morning. It's probably gonna be really gross.
Does the time change the flavor?
It's just like the same reason like I wouldn't like normally drink like Coke at 6 in the morning. It's just not. It's just weird, right? Anyway, so you've moved forward. Before we talk more about my issues with caffeine in the morning,
I know that popcorn's stale.
you
Really?
made more.
It's like normal popcorn. It's not microwave, so it lasts a little bit longer.
Edric gets to there before he's unable to move more.
Damn it. Damn it, Edric. Damn it.
I mean, the way I look at it, you could try to jump over him. You are higher up.
Would it still count as double?
Yeah, it would still be moving. So, the woman with the mason shield bangs it together. Yeah, that's. Why would you even have that? Anyway, bangs it together, and her voice rings out, "I am Kazira of Bane, and we will have this glorious contest in his name."
No. Woo.
Why are you excited?
That's an actual named person that we learned about earlier.
I will
Yay.
take you on one-on-one.
Well, let's
Catch
see how
me
that
outside.
goes for you.
Just down to you, and it is down to me.
And here is a giant mace at a dwarf. And things look up for the dwarf.
Swing and a miss.
And nope, second attack also is a nice whiff.
Swing, bada, swing!
That is bringing us to Lyra.
Can I drop initiative order to after Ariel?
You wish to delay to initiative count 3 is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Smart move. I'll get out of your way.
Thank you.
Alright. You're now up.
Pretty sure I can move here.
You can.
Oh, what do I want to do? Think I want a guiding bolt. That one.
A good plan.
Is it enough?
Unfortunately, no. 14 is not good enough. Her shield catches your guiding bolt, and she feels that she's been protected by Bane.
Titty sprinkles.
I have never heard that before. Lyra, you're up.
That's worth a shot.
Okay, going to move there. I think I can do that.
I sure do love me some titty sprinkles.
Actually, I'll go there.
Okay.
I should have line of sight to this one, right?
Yeah, but it's gonna have that +2 AC from shooting through something.
No. Okay.
Don't you dash? Can't you get?
Probably get like here.
No, I can't.
Yeah, the difficult terrain messes everything up. And that will not be enough.
I'm going to use the rest of my move to go to there.
Okay. So
Can I
the
get by?
the man with the bucket head and bucket helmet and the spear steps forward, and he is going to go ahead and move into a position here. Why does that say that? Yeah, that's fine. And he's going to attack Ronald with his spear, which is a 1d20 plus. Yep, +5. And he is using it two-handed, so that is 7 piercing. And then, as part of his attack, he screams out that Bane is watching over you, Kazira. Show him what you're made of. And Kazira spends her reaction to attack Ronald. For a total of 6 bludgeoning damage. And that is the end of Bucket Helm's turn. And we are going to the top of the order with Zemar.
I'm hurt.
I'm going to use.
You
my
still
bonus
have more
action
HP than me.
You're going to what now?
to engage Mantle of Inspiration. As a bonus action, spend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration to grant 5 temporary HP to 3 creatures you can see. Each creature can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. So that's going to be Ronald, Ariel, and Atros. All y'all get 5 HP and can move if you choose to.
Temporary HP, right?
Yes, but
How far can we move?
your speed.
And by temporary HP, like, how do we add that on exactly?
Just put it in the front fraction, and it'll go above the number.
Are you in D&D Beyond?
No, I think we're all
Yeah.
using the tokens.
Oh.
You can track it on D&D Beyond in the temp category. To the right of
Figured it out.
HP.
And then I'm going to move. And I am just going to use Vicious Mockery on Carissa, or whatever her name is.
I accept this as a thing you would do.
She felt a little resistant last time I tried to grate into her brain, right?
Yeah, no, she's got quite a lot of, this time you pierce right in, though.
All right, sweet. It's 2 damage and her little debuff.
There you go. Your next attack is at disadvantage. Good for you.
And that's my turn.
Alright, Atros, go right ahead.
Oh, also, like, I'm way more attractive and look more talented to you. Like, celebrities, when you see the celebrity, the way you feel, that's how you feel when you look at me right now.
Which one are you, poison breathing or whatever? Acid splashing.
Both. Because they're within 5 feet of each other.
Dope.
So they both need to give me a dexterity DC 13.
Alright, so we'll go top to bottom as usual. So that is Yignath. This is Kazira. So they both save.
Damn.
Why do I bother?
Because someday you'll do something cool.
And I'm done.
Like what Ronald's about to do. This should be a big turn for Ronald.
No, it's not. I am raging and single hand smacking, not recklessly. One has a shield, one does not have a shield. Is that what I got?
Correct. Bucket Helm is the guy whose token looks like he's wearing a... Oh, they both have it look like they're just wearing a regular kind of cultist cowl. Yeah, so that's Bucket Helm, and that's Shield Lady.
All right, bucket. It's 14. Bucket.
And does not hit. Which is a shame.
That is my turn.
Alright. Edric moves 5, 10. Yeah, I guess he's gonna have to roll with his cantrip at Kazira, knowing that she's got effectively +2 AC. Alright, that did not assist. So he's gonna move to try and clear out direct retreat that way, but he's feeling good.
I feel good.
I'm glad his self-esteem is doing well.
Alright, Kazira steps forward and is gonna split off her attacks, one on Ronald and one on Ariel. Alright, Ariel, you take 4 damage, and you can feel malevolence coming from this woman. It's not as creepy as the masseuses upstairs who had an aura that made you, like, want to kill. This is more just, like, iron will and determination.
But if Lulu was here, probably would. want to kill.
Perhaps. Which now brings us to Ariel.
I'm assuming her armor class is disgusting. So I will use Toll of the Dead on her.
Wise choice.
She has a status, but was she inflicted with damage?
Yes.
Excellent.
And now she will be told.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
This one's the one that just swung at both of us, right?
Right.
Disadvantage?
It missed you, right?
Well, I thought it was one against me and one against Ariel.
Right, and the one against you was going to miss, so we just skipped bothering with disadvantage. Because it was already going to miss.
Yes, but I think he's talking about the one against Ariel.
Yeah.
Right, but it's only the first attack it makes on its turn.
I assumed it was all attacks.
That's the first.
Yeah, which I will stop being sloppy so that it's a little more clear each step, because it's late or early, whatever. 2 more hours, we can do it. Woo!
I want that plate mail.
All right. It doesn't have a helmet, so Lyra, you're up.
Okay. Lyra's gonna.
I'm sorry, I lied. Ariel just did Toll of the Dead and has a bonus action and move available if you want to do it.
Oh, I do have a bonus. Can I do spiritual weapon as a bonus action?
What's the cast time on it?
Hold on, I'm checking.
Because I know you command it as a bonus action, but I don't know what the casting time. Its casting time is.
Spiritual weapon is a bonus attack.
All right. So there you go. You can definitely do that because you cast the only other spell you cast this turn was a cantrip. Well. Geesh.
It just summons, right? Like it.
It comes out and gets an attack when it
Correct.
comes out. Which, based off of that roll, it's going to miss.
So it just doesn't exist, or it just misses.
It just misses, and I'm trying to find you. I'm trying to find you a spiritual weapon.
And then it just kind of hangs out.
Yeah, and then you use your bonus actions on future turns to tell it to attack, I believe.
It's your own private inanimate.
Yeah. I want to just see
Doesn't have to be
three
fancy.
assets. Well, it's more that it wasn't showing me anything. Here we go. Your spiritual weapon is a weird looking ninja, just because it was the first thing I found. Where did you want it to
Fantastic.
appear?
Right there.
Right there? Excellent. Oh, right there. Okay. And it acts on your turn, and now, did you roll an attack while I was searching? Oh, yeah, no, 10's not going to cut
No.
it.
Yeah, it's not.
Morning phase.
And it is Lyra. Hey, good
Okay.
morning.
Lyra is. Lyra.
Yeah.
Lyra, right?
You lost.
I'm so tired. Lyra is going to select through the waters to there, and she should have line of sight there, right?
She will, but she will still be clipping that square.
Really?
Yeah, because you draw from corner edge to corner edge.
And if I were to go there and then retreat, I would provoke opportunity
Correct.
attack, right?
But
okay, not
here, Here you would be fine, except for the beams in
Oh,
the
really?
way.
Oh.
Yeah,
I want to
these are-
be right
You're shooting
there.
through someone.
You want to be right there, but without a beam.
I want to be in the middle of the two boxes.
I'm sorry, the world of D&D works in a very strict grid.
Okay, fine. I'll be there, and I'm not gonna roll high
I'll
enough.
be there.
Oh.
I'll be there.
This bitch has a
I'll be
insane
there
AC.
for you.
Maybe.
No,
21?
that's definitely enough.
All right.
Woo! And I get sneak attack.
You do. Which,
And I'm moving back here.
all right.
Actually,
All the way. And she technically doesn't have that disadvantage anymore.
can I see what's over here?
That's also.
Yes, thanks to what's his name carrying your lantern.
Woo.
You've been demoted to what's his name?
Oh, I guess you can see that door there also. There we go.
That's helpful.
All right. Frank, are you ready to once again withstand the attack of Buckethead Man?
Ow.
Yikes.
Ooh. Wait, you have Lucky, right? Lucky, you can re-roll an attack roll on you.
No, he's got the halfling luck, not the lucky feat.
Oh.
And that is 16 piercing damage on that crit. But you're raging now, so it's only like 8.
Is it half? That's helpful.
That's actually very fucking helpful.
And then, with the second half of his multi-attack, he demands Kazira kill this man. And he's, Kazira goes ahead, uses her reaction to take a swing at Ronald McNee Smasher. But it is to no avail. This brings us to the top of the order, with Zemar and his cloak of many colors.
You should come touch me.
It's true, I look resplendent right now. I mean, I could, or I could give the disadvantage. I think you're right. You're probably right. Seven health.
Hey, there you go. It's like you never got stabbed.
And my bonus action.
What was that for your bonus action?
I was just double checking. I'm gonna give it to Jonas.
Okay. Who conveniently will go after Atros.
I can use my movement after all that.
You can, but note that you're currently in a square threatened by Kazira, but she has used her reaction.
Oh, well then, off I go.
Good for you.
That's gotta be a hit.
A 19
Has to
on
be.
red person here.
So, it would have been if you didn't have to fire through someone. I know. You're getting ready to kill someone.
Do stuff with saving throws.
Ronald, it's your turn, and you have things in front of you.
Things to smash. Some knees to smash, even.
Which one's the bucket head?
The guy right here.
Does a 20 hit bucket head?
It most assuredly does.
11 damage.
11 damage? That sounds
I
great.
scream back at him. I call the power of the mighty Big Mac Smash.
That's a thing you can do. I think it's going to just be a weird screaming match. Yeah, there's no way he's getting a good shot either. So he's gonna make a attack on the bucket head. And nope, he's got no luck trying to shoot through nonsense either. Which does bring us to everyone's favorite Baneite, Kazira. She's, kind of yelling at herself now to pull it together, as she takes both of her attacks on the cleric.
She's shaking it out, just making sure she's good and warmed up.
And neither hits, and Ariel, you now have your chance to, you got your spiritual weapon out. You got a chance to be really cool.
Let's do
May
this.
I suggest also during your turn at some point moving up a square? Are you talking?
Sorry, yes, I could potentially move this way if it benefits you.
Either way.
That seems like a good move.
Okay. Then, Toll of the Dead on my girl.
Is she really your girl? I don't think so. All right, and that is enough. That she is now your dead girl.
Spirit weapon. How do I just tell it to do the thing, or what?
Yeah,
Use
on
your
your
bonus action to smack it.
correct.
Just a moment. Blow. Unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. That's okay.
I do, however, have inspiration.
Do you still? Oh, your actual inspiration. Sorry.
Yeah, my actual inspiration.
It's your call.
I don't know. We don't know how much left of this dungeon we've got, and
These are definitely
Aye.
big baddies.
I saw Frank scrolling around the map. He has a rough idea how big it is.
I'll save it. I'll save it for now.
We've got several paths left.
We got one.
I will happily give you mine if you want it.
That's cool.
All right. So we do go ahead and give it over to Lyra.
All my skills are just DC based. So I never do this.
Going to short bow it.
All right. You finally have your really weird lined up shot.
And sneak attack.
Nice.
Yes.
So it initially landed on the 2, but then the D6 bumped the die over to the 18.
All right. So Yignath, seeing that things have turned against him, uses his action to implore for Bane's blessing. And here is what happens. That suit of plate armor crashes to pieces as the two gauntlets begin floating and levitating and attacking.
$14 didn't finish him off.
No, No. And
Dang
life
it.
is just getting more difficult.
Oh, and I moved back to my corner.
Does so no more plate now. You just flaunted that in front of us and just took it away, just like that.
Yeah, no, he's wearing the hat. The gauntlets are magical and rip everything apart. It's really mean. But that was his action, so it is now Zemar's turn.
Well, how many spells do I have left? Hmm. We're just gonna have vicious mockery. Wisdom 13.
On the bucket head or one of the swords?
I'll leave the bucket head.
Well, he is not insulted because his god answered his prayers and he feels pretty confident. Why is that up there
Use
above the
inspiration.
19? To do what?
I was about to use my inspiration, but I can't because it's not a roll. Bonus action, I give it to. I give my last inspiration to Ariel.
All right. Doesn't she already have one? No, she has her personal inspiration, not bardic. Got it. All right, Atros, there is a clear path of shooting finally.
Are we sure about that?
I
Definitely.
mean, yeah, the spiritual weapon is like not going to get in your way, I think, because you can hit the other guy.
This guy?
Yeah, it's just getting a gutter ball on a 7-10 split. Not a gutter ball going down the middle. Whatever.
Sure.
You know what I mean. That will hit. Oh, and the damage is already there. Yeah, things are looking up for our
8
team.
points of force damage. He would get shoved 10 feet, so but he's in a corner, so
Yeah, and I guess people can put him in a corner. Do you need to move, or do you just want Ronald to start ending things?
I'm good back here. Let Ronald crush his face.
We have high hopes for you, Ronald McDonald. I mean, McNee Smasher. Clearly no relation.
I'm going to attack recklessly.
That'll hit.
6 damage.
All right. He may be changing his opinion about his god answering his prayers. The flying gauntlets are going to go ahead and
Strangle
fly
him.
on in. Oh, that's a wall. Yeah, I guess I actually can't get to anyone because that spiritual weapon's in the way.
Isn't that a ladder?
Right, but it doesn't know Lyra's down here. So it just knows that there's people it wants to punch over here. So I guess it just has to move and ineffectually attack your spiritual weapon.
Which does nothing, right?
Correct. And then this one, it goes ahead and tries to punch the dwarf, and it punches the dwarf in the face for 12.
Jesus.
And that is physical bludgeoning damage. All right, no more gauntlets. You have Edric, who, if he moves to try and get a good shot off, he's going to be in everyone else's way because he's a gnome with tiny legs. So he's just going to take a shot.
Can't he move one space and move back one space?
I think he has. Yeah, he has the pillar in his way there.
But what if he moves here?
Moves to that square. Yeah, no, that's 2. And since he's got tiny legs, like
Oh, right. But it's diagonal from his first spot.
They're diagonal moving.
well, the problem is that he's stuck there still because he can't get back.
He should stay. You're right.
Yeah, and he's gonna fire, and he will, I think, actually connect. All right, so Yignath is not looking good. Kazira is looking dead, so she shouldn't be on the initiative. And now we are at Ariel.
Let's try this again. Toll dead.
All right, I assume on Buckethead.
Yeah.
And once again, your Toll the Dead does indeed kill this target.
Ooh.
Now you just have angry gauntlets in your face.
Ooh, they weren't connected to him. Interesting.
Nope. He may have been right that his god decided to, grant him his favor.
Then spirit weapon on closest one to the spear, I guess.
Okay.
17 hit.
It does indeed, and you meant the closest one to you, right? Nope, that one. Okay.
That one.
And how much damage did you say you did?
8.
There you go, and that's magic damage, so that's good. Anything else you need to do?
Yeah, I want to
Move
move
out
my
of the
spirit
way.
weapon. Can you?
No, move yourself.
Provokes
I
attack.
can't move. I can't physically move my spirit weapon. Can you move my spirit weapon?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Here.
Let me move it there, and then let me give you control of it as well.
Thanks.
There you go. And then I believe Lyra is up.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at this one.
Oh, good.
Let's go on. Oh, it just rolled off the 20. But still pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's still going to hit, and that is going to break this sword.
Oh, I'm
Well,
glad.
it's a gauntlet, but they use the sword icon for it. And that leaves us with Zemar for cleanup duty, I guess.
Oh yeah, totally. With my psychic attacks on the constructs.
Yeah, nope, damage immunity psychic right there.
I could pull out my crossbow and shoot it. I guess. Here we go.
Stats. Your background disappeared.
I think he's standing up so
standing.
he doesn't fall asleep. I get it. See,
Yeah, I had to stand. I was dying. So I got to stand up every now and then.
that
You're
actually
healing?
does hit. So go ahead and roll your damage on your crossbow.
I am shooting through people, just to be clear.
Oh yeah, no, but a 22 is still gonna hit.
Quattro.
All right, that's still, progress, and that leaves Atros for cleanup. Yep, that's the guy who's moving. Excellent. That does hit, and that does destroy the last gauntlet.
Woohoo!
Yes.
How long does
Still sad.
temporary hit points last just for that battle?
It's like in minutes. So if you decided to just go super quick, then yeah, but there is a prisoner tied up over there.
So
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah, he's got a bag over his head, so he's clearly concerned about who won this fight.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thank God! Take this off of me! Get me out of these chains!
We do so. Can I ask either our Smashy to break some chains, but preferably, because that's super dangerous to do to someone locked up, why don't we have our wonderful rogue unlock them for us? Actually, are there keys?
Yes.
There are assuredly keys.
There's keys
I
on-
have the keys. I try the keys.
Key works. It opens up. You also feel a tingle when you unlock it, and you feel like that was connected to those broken gauntlets.
but they're already busted, so.
They're already busted.
I give the guy directions out. I'll ask who he is first.
My name is Klim Jasso of the Patriarch Jassos. Have you found my driver, a man named Efnix Zalbor? He was with me when that monster of a woman attacked our caravan.
I ask him to describe the man, because I'm thinking it's that dead body.
No. Those are the dead bodies you killed.
No, the one at the very beginning.
No, remember that was a cultist.
Was it?
Yeah, remember Efnax was like, not Efnax. Edric was like, yeah, look, here's his holy symbol, here's all of his cult symbols, and here's him stabbed in the back.
I say, we haven't found him yet, but you're in no condition to help us, so I give him directions out, and I tell him all of our names.
And he says, when you find him, tell him I'm going to be waiting for him at Elf Song Tavern. We had a plan to get out of this city, and we're going to do it. Thank you. We're going to get out of here, and I think we can make you a nice sum if you'll help us.
Oh, well, we're already in the process of making plans to get out of here, so, we are on the same page. Also, that's where we're staying, so we'll see you there.
Yeah, no, he says.
I go out to the left. When you come to that first intersection, go to the right. Follow it all the way out.
Yeah, no, he is gonna head on that way. So
I would like my payment in plate mail.
I mean, he's a wealthy person.
He is a wealthy person. And he tells you that the time for sharing more about each other is when you're not in a murder dungeon.
/ sewer.
Neck deep in literal shit.
I can't emphasize enough how much I'm prestidigitating myself.
Fair enough. So here is a question before we go any further. Would we like to stop and use the last bit of the stream to just talk about the descent into Avernus thus far, which we'll all note has very little descending into Avernus?
I mean, we've all been here the whole time. I'd rather just keep playing.
I'm literally falling asleep at my desk.
That's why I'm saying it, so that, if Frank falls asleep, we're not like dragging him through, and then like next time we're together, he's like, what happened? Oh, 17 encounters later.
We can take a short rest here and then come back to it next time.
Well, you probably literally can't wait around in the dungeon for an hour, but we can pause everything here, because I think you should all be able to just keep track of your abilities, and then what? So I'm going to tell you the actual module. No, I think he's just moving his camera back down.
Sat down.
Yeah, the actual module thus far, here is all that it was. You go up, Zaj says, Elturel disappeared. You guys work for me or I kill you. Go talk to Tarina. You go to Tarina, and instead of it being a cool fight, it's literally just a guy who attacks 3 times with his sword and 7 bandits who attack once with their sword. That's the fight. And then you come here, and this is it. That is it. That was the entire adventure. There's no discussion about Elturel. You don't meet anyone of importance.
That's really underwhelming.
It really is, because again, I think this is supposed to be like my first D&D. So like the idea is that the DM doesn't have to plan anything. Everything is like very quick story beats, right? Like Zaj tells you to talk to Tarina. Tarina says, "Kill this guy for me." Cool, thanks for killing that guy for me. Here's a dungeon, go do it. Like it feels very quick, but there's no like the connective tissue is really weak.
I see. Damn. I see why you want to rewrite and retool some bits.
Yeah,
So pretty much you added most of everything that we did this last 24 hours.
yes. And I think that does a better job of getting you to A, care about the city that disappeared, and B, even what you've done in Baldur's Gate that isn't part of here, like it makes the city feel like it's the crappy city Baldur's Gate and not just the city of quests.
My character is from Elturel, so I feel like I would be like,
Yeah.
What's the term? Obligated to care, but like the fact that I got to walk around and talk to children and do this and do that definitely gave me more things to like give a shit about.
Yeah, and we
as far as like character development goes, it's like my family's gone, all these people that like grew up around me might have seen me perform or like dead or like refugee. So like as far as my character, I had a lot of advantages for that.
So the book's way of getting the players together is what they call the dark secret, which essentially you roll on tables to determine what stupid, potentially evil thing all of the players got roped into doing, either as like an unwitting pawn, like maybe the lawful good paladin didn't realize that, he was giving directions to the thief on where to go assassinate someone. Like it's this really convoluted thing so that the party have all worked together in the past in some capacity. But like some of them are literally like, you were the stooge everyone else set up, and I'm just like, no, why would you do that to them?
Is the bargain part of the quest later on, or is that something you added as well?
That was something that we added as well, because when we get to that chapter, it's a very good chapter for people who want to run quick D&D, but as it's structured, you will essentially skip anywhere from half to 3/4 of the entire quest line in Avernus. So I was like, nope, we're going to fix that, and we're going to give everyone hooks to all of the different places, so no one's just like, hey, we just didn't explore half of the module.
I like that.
Because Kazab's a moron. But
Add some more substance to it.
Yeah.
I like substance in my D&D, so I can agree with that statement.
Frank, how are you doing on us? Because,
I'm not conscious.
No, that was a thumbs
Hour,
up.
Frank.
That
Hour.
was...
Yes, a thumbs up, but does not consciousness mean.
No, it literally does. He was responding intelligibly. It was pretty good. So the actual use of Roll20, I'm growing to like it more and more as I use it. Like, there's still some things like not being able to intuitively tell what's on what layer, but maybe I could if I were better at Roll20. But is this like as players, do you like Roll20? Like, I can't think of what else you could do in either what is this, Extra Life, or we are not in the regret phase of Extra. Frank is in the regret phase of Extra Life. Let me rephrase that.
I'll be in the regret of Extra Life for the next 6 hours.
No, I'm gonna go collapse in about an hour and a half. What's our timer at? Someone's keeping track.
We're at 22 hours and 46 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, like we're close. We're so close. So
I feel like Roll20, I was the clunkiest with because I didn't have that set up that y'all had. So, but even that, you just type in some stuff and then you're done. It's not like un. It's not a problem, but I wonder if it felt really convenient for y'all to add the plugin or whatever it's called.
It was really helpful having Beyond 20. With that said, though, you can there's apparently a Discord bot that connects your D&D Beyond character sheet to Discord itself as a bot, and you can roll straight from your D&D Beyond sheet. I haven't tried it out yet, but I know some people who have.
I like how intuitive and just convenient that it is, and how they play and work with each other. Like it just makes it so much easier when you don't have to do the math.
Yeah, like
that's
leveling up was super easy.
Leveling up with D&D Beyond is definitely super easy. That's pretty convenient.
With regards to Roll20, I have enjoyed most of my use with it, so long as I'm not relying on it for like voice and video. I think it's really nice to have the maps, but I could also see at least D&D 5e is pretty good for Theater of the Mind setup.
Yeah, I think it would work. I think like this dungeon in itself is very different from most standard D&D dungeons, because there's these like long, winding, narrow corridors, and there's a lot of like stuff that just slows you down. Like most D&D feel like they're set up acknowledging that they're a dungeon in a game, and you have like 10-foot wide corridor to a room that's roughly rectangular shaped, and you just do that like a couple of times with some splits and loops, and then you get to the end and there's a secret door back to the beginning. It's this feels
I've never had a secret door back to the beginning. I'm very jealous of this right now.
but this feels like it's a little bit just better. And I'm gonna reveal the stuff that's in the that's obviously just the white space between the separate maps, just to make it easier.
I like this dungeon in particular, by the way. Just makes it much more like complicated to traverse. So it's not just getting just doing the things there. It's also getting through it, but without having like stupid traps, like real stupid traps, like
Stupid
breaking
trap.
a bar. Fine.
Is your walking order.
Like
Yes.
my problem is this is giving me horrible flashbacks of Diablo 2 in the desert area when you have to go kill the maggots, and especially if
Word
you're a
done.
necromancer. It's like, yeah, no, this fucking sucks, because you get stuck where if you are like third in line and a fight starts, you can't go anywhere, and you're just like, well, my turn's going to be spent sitting here.
And most likely dying. Because
What?
electric beetles.
That was also because I happened to have really early initiative, so I shoved myself to the front of the group.
But
I feel like this kind of thing you would need to like fall back on initiative if it's not convenient for people to like move forward in order for the party to progress in a moderate fashion.
Yeah, me dropping below you.
So, what do you feel about the general difficulty of the module? So, just to give you an idea, you're supposed to only be level 2 for this dungeon.
I mean, so far, I think we've
Head shake from Frank.
A couple of tight spots, and for instance, over there with those trio, if we hadn't hit all of them, they might have beat the crap out of me for all I know. I don't know what kind of damage they would do. But I think we certainly got lucky a couple times. But there's other times where it's like, well, you're down and you're down and you're down, but also that wasn't the module, that was you.
Yeah, and that's just level 1 and 2 D&D, where like an unlucky roll and someone's just out of hit points and no one knows where they all went.
Yeah, like that chain monster. The
That
real
was
That was
fun.
one of the coolest encounters I think I've had in D&D.
That was just fun to make, because the like pretty much. I think the only NPCs that are created out of whole cloth were your Hell Rider and your Wizard. Everyone else is mentioned somewhere in the module, unless they were just one of the throwaway NPCs for a fight. And so, like all of the devils that are named in the actual book, like until you run into them in Avernus, you never hear about them. That's just all of a sudden, oh yeah, this is an important person, and yeah, they're here now. So that's one of the reasons we also have this big expanded opening, so that you don't just get surprised by devils. And so it has been fun to like.
I think at least one of us would be like, "Oh, devils! Should have known it was in my future."
Yeah, so that was just fun to make. The rest of like this dungeon is actually like it's a really well put together dungeon. It's stupidly lethal for level 2s, but it's still really well put together, and I don't think once you actually get to the dungeons in the book, you don't have to fix too much. Which maybe that's where they spent all of their effort.
So there's quite a bit more after this, isn't there?
Like in this dungeon, yes.
No, I meant, well, in this dungeon, but in the whole module.
It is for level 1 to 13.
Holy
We're at
shit.
3.
Hot.
So this brings up my fun question that I've been pushing for a little bit now.
Oh look, it's like I deliberately segued into this.
Don't make me.
Don't break the stream when we're this close to the end.
Don't kill my scene.
See, I'm still all for the idea of turning this into a thing, like a bi-weekly stream or once every 3 weeks, depending on everybody's schedule. Because I know we all have D&D with other groups and whatnot. But I think because the one question that came up is what kind of dynamic would we have as a group? And I kind of feel, especially at the beginning, we all had a really good dynamic. We all worked well together. We all kind of went off of each other's energy. Except for probably like the last 3 hours where, all the bad rolls started happening and frustration started happening, and it's like flip a table.
I'm going to be honest, the dice just hated you guys all day. Like, you guys were getting crit disturbingly often, and things were making their saves. Like, I was like, oh, that's DC 13. It's gonna like +0. That's like what? Like a 45% chance to succeed? Nope, it's succeeding like 4 times in a row. The dice
Like
hated you.
Like, it's unfortunate, but that's just what makes it fun too. Like that entire cave situation with the fish people, that was fucking hilarious. That was a great time.
See, I agree that it's fun, but it's fun up until the point where you die because of just one bad dice roll after another. At that point, you didn't die because the game killed you. You died because of really bad chance.
That's why I feel more adventures need to build in. DMs always forget inspiration. This is just a true fact, and it's only because I've had 6 months to prepare this that there were so many points where if the players do this thing, give them all inspiration, because again, otherwise I would just forget. When you guys do cool things that you should get inspiration for, and it's not written in notes, I just totally forget that. Oh yeah, I can give them inspiration for being cool.
I feel like in some ways D&D 5 tries to address that by having their death rolls and death saving throws, but especially at early levels when you just fail when they hit you, it's a little punishing. Especially because we had zombies that are like, "Oh, you're dead. I'm gonna eat you."
Yeah.
I
So
feel like I had a lot of natural 20s, but they were all on inconsequential skill checks.
I think
I beasted that intelligence check. Oh yeah.
I don't think I crit once this play.
Nah.
I definitely crit, but also on initiatives and things, because again, I don't have hit spells. That's why I'm like, oh, inspiration, have at it.
So yeah, back to what Jonas was saying though about continuing this. I'd be up for it so long as it's not for 24 hours straight again.
I was gonna say like
24-hour stream. Clear the schedules, everyone. It's going to be big.
I think 4 hours is about like that's the outer limit. Like I would say like you plan for like 3 hours, and 3.5 is the stretch if things are going and that's how it looks like it'll happen, but no more than 4. Like 4 is about when people like even I like could not keep my attention for 4 hours.
I can usually I think make it up to 5, but after that my brain starts to hurt and my ADD is like
I love playing
piercing my
games. So I always want to play games, so that's my answer for you. But I have probably the most annoying schedule, so I'm probably the biggest hang up as far as that goes.
It's all dependent on progress and what we're able to do during a session, like as far as attention level.
That is one thing, is that I think I also did so part of this is I wish the module had done something with Fort Morning Lord, because that's a real place, but it's just like, oh yeah, there's this super mysterious fort, and it's just part of the Forgotten Realms. Nothing happens there. The players can learn nothing here. In fact, since you never actually go to where Elturel is in the module, it's just mentioned as a thing that exists. And I was like, that sucks, but there's no room to fit it in, and so I get it, but like that's part of the thing, is that I feel like we moved quickly.
Thing ever to be like, yeah, the Elturel disappeared, but like their hierarchy still has a fort someplace they're hanging out that no one is allowed into.
Wait, so you designed it so that way we could not take a boat?
You could have taken that boat. There were a couple of ways to do it, but the simple fact was that
From the original city.
Oh no, you start in Baldur's Gate in the actual module.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying the part that you added in.
Could we have actually taken the boat if we had decided to do so?
Yes.
From the start.
No, because there was no boat that available. Remember, you even asked, and she was like, "No, the boat's not here. I don't know why." Specifically because if you were on the boat when it disappeared, there'd be no way to go back and do, like, it would be very hard to do the same sort of events on the boat. And yes, believe me, there was about 2 months where I was like, what if they just take a boat out of Elturel? And so finally we just had to write a ridiculous number of reasons there were no boats in Elturel that day.
Yeah, the fishing, there's a lot of fish, so all the fishing boats are out. The merchant trade's just been running up a storm, so they're all out of here. Like, no one's in port right now. Just nobody. It's awful.
But no, I think we kept a really good pace.
Oh, it's got a hole in it. It's gonna sink in like 3 days.
And Frank's sitting there thinking, like, 3 days, you'd get to Baldur's Gate in 3 days. No, I think we kept a good pace. Did we slow down too much at points? I don't know. Like, I felt like we were never reached a point where we just couldn't go forward.
I feel like I, as a gamer, like, if I waste too much time doing something, I'm like, all right, I've run around.
I think we spend a lot of
like, I'm just gonna move to something else.
I think we spent a lot of time trying to get on the boat once we found it, but I think it worked out fine because we kept approaching the same problem from like 1,000 different angles that were each interesting in their own right.
And honestly, I don't think anyone is ever going to actually use that boat, just because to do it, you kind of have to piss everyone off, and like, it's not something I think anyone's going to want to do. Just like, they're like, no, I don't think we should just murder these guards and steal this boat. Like, I can't imagine. There might be players who would do that, but they're probably not the players who are going to then reach the point where they're in the heroic fantasy where they're like, and now we descend into Avernus.
Where we belong rightly.
We're just skipping a couple steps.
How do you think we got there?
Also, none of us had proficiency in sailing.
Yeah, a problem.
I feel like early on, until you like figure out some hooks, there's always a little bit of like, well, I'm trying to look for evidence of something here. Like, so I feel like that's what leads to a lot of the running around at the beginning. It's, well, Elturel is gone. That's a big deal. Like, is there any clues we can find? I feel like that's what motivated me to look around so much. Especially because it's not at all suspicious that what's his face sent his not daughter out of town just in time for this big explosion. His ship happens to be safely elsewhere, and someone apparently portaled themselves to the ship. Not at all suspicious.
I did see that you were thinking it was not suspicious at all, because I did remember seeing that in the chat like 9 hours ago.
I totally was like, this is. I've never been more suspicious of a man in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, will he?
Yeah, that high. I forget what his title was.
Observer.
Hi, Observer.
Yeah, the High Observer. Kane and I were like talking in my chat, and it's like, yeah, he's totally suspect. And we're like, yeah, he sends like his daughter figure away. He just randomly gets us to sign up for this creed. He just happens to get us out of the city, and then it gets sucked up into the sky. So this guy is totally up to something.
I know I keep saying I think the adventure's fine, but I think the writing itself leaves a lot to be desired, because if you go and look at Forgotten Realms books from like 5 or 6 years ago, it's not High Observer, it's High Overseer, or maybe it's the other way around. Either way, they get his title wrong from what it was in everything else up until this book, because they're just sloppy, the same way that they don't give the Flaming Fist the ranks that the Flaming Fist use in everywhere else in the Forgotten Realms. They're just like, oh, no one's going to know that, so just call him Captain Zodge.
Have you considered publishing what you wrote for the prelude?
I'm not ever going to go through the work that it needs. Like, if you look on like the DM's Guild or whatever, like, but the work that those people put into it to make something that's publishable, like, it's clean, it's neat, it's, they've got their nice bulleted lists and their flow diagrams. Mine, like, because I've been like sharing my notes with other DMs on Reddit, and I'm like, did I break anything by doing this in the module? And they're like, no. And sometimes they're like, yes. And so I'm like, it's just like a very long Google text document, and that's, no one's gonna like that. When we're done, I'm going to be like, hey everybody, I'll just like post it on my blog, and I'll be like, it's here, if you want it you can use it, steal what you want. And I'll be like, I changed a lot of it as I was going, but I never went back and fixed the notes, so whatever.
But to be fair, like at the end of the day, as long as it's still fun, still good.
Yeah, no, that's one thing that I feel is like, I was surprised that it was received as well as it was, just because it's a very slow start, and so I'm like, that's usually a hard sell, because it's D&D, so there should be like something very epic that happens in the first like hour or so, and this dragged out like what, 3-ish hours before you actually left Elturel and saw everything that was supposed to, like the inciting incident. And I was like, that might be too long.
Sweet time.
Yeah, I was. I know we spent like an hour or so getting through technical issues, but I think I looked at the time. By the time we actually physically got into Baldur's Gate, and we were like at hour 10.
Yeah, so there's probably some trimming that needs to be done to make that go faster, because I also think Frank is probably right. Level 2 comes way too late, but they can't really come much earlier, or like you're already out of sync with the module. But that's okay, because this dungeon is complete garbage at level 2. Like, you saw that thing had like 2 attacks and was throwing 2d8 at people. That's just not something that level 2 characters should be expecting to deal with.
In terms of the pacing and amount that was present for the prelude. I think it also was a big part that I think our group is the type of group that wanted to look down every avenue that was presented to us. So at least I got the impression that we probably did just about everything that you had prepared.
Yes.
I definitely have completionist genes in my genes.
Yeah. Whereas, like, I think a lot of times, probably most modules have, like, they offer you a lot of information to go through, but you could easily skip most of it.
I mean, like,
Without
if you
even
have an
realizing.
option of 2 different ways you can go, you know which way is progress, you know which way is extra. You go down the extra way first before you make progress.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that is exactly how it usually goes, and so I still feel it needs to be tightened up but
I
the
feel
thing
like
is, like, I like a really slow opening like that because then Elturel being sucked up into the sky comes out of nowhere because all of a sudden you know all these people, so it's like, oh, this is our home base, and then it's not. But I don't know how to do that without that very long, slow build up.
if you just want like a simple solution, I would just say let them use a boat. Then all the travel time and all the random encounters and all the this and all the that doesn't happen. You just have your time in El Terrell as you leave chaos, and you continue down the. You either turn around, find people, and then take the boat back out to Baldur's Gate, or you just keep going, and then you don't have so much time traveling across the country.
I
I
feel
feel
like then you end up with feast or famine.
I feel like a good medium ground is to set up an expectation and then immediately take it away. Like, if you wanted to have the main city get like a homey base type feel, you would want to start off with a smaller mission where you like leave and come back, and like maybe do like small missions at first, or maybe just 1 or 2, or even like you go even to do the first mission. It's rather small, but as soon as you leave, shit happens, and it's like you're expecting to go back just for a quick mission, and it's just like,
I think there's a few other rewrites that's exactly what they do. I think the most popular one on the DM's Guild is I think it's actually called Fall of Elturel, and that's exactly what it is. The players are members of either the Flaming Fist or the Hell Riders, and they're told, "Hey, the cultists from Baldur's Gate are causing trouble around here. Go look into it." And after the players go look into it, when they're coming back is when the whole city disappears. Which is probably a much quicker and neater introduction. Hi, Frank.
Yeah, I think it worked out fine, but we ended up doing it.
agreed.
So, do we want to try and do this again? And if so, we'll start talking offline so everyone's not putting their entire schedule out on the internet.
Yeah, plus I have no idea what it is right now.
Weekends. You can find it. Blah, 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 blah.
Couldn't give you a confident answer of availability right now anyway. My brain is mush.
Understandable.
So I kind of go with the idea that if this is something we're going to do, which I kind of imagine we will probably, everybody can kind of make some tweaks to their characters before playing again if they feel they need to make some changes or not.
It didn't feel like anyone was just unhappy with how their character turned out, but again, I could be wrong.
No, I'm always set with a warlock. Works for me.
Pew pew, bang bang.
I'm happy with my dashy rogue.
I'm super happy with this build of cleric.
I had to sing during a D&D show.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a version of that in English.
I don't know. I like Kane's version.
Oh, the song, cool.
Yeah.
You got a song. You got a version in English.
Right, but I've got one
Play.
that you can like play whenever you
Rob
want.
on the spot.
I know, I was very impressed. See, Frank, I could get him to sing.
Hey, I'm the one who got him to sing.
Right, but the point is that this entire Extra Life stream, our only real goal was to get Kane to sing.
Oh, is that all?
That's it.
Not for the children.
Forget the
No.
children.
You need him to really RP that hard.
This land of long abiding joy, home of the strong and brave.
So, it's going to be I do think we should keep going because I overprepared significantly.
It would go to waste otherwise.
4 levels.
When foes are at her door.
I think you said you planned to level 8, so yeah, literally like another 3/4 too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down.
I wouldn't want all that to go to waste. I want to know what happens.
Take up your
Yeah,
swift
I also want to know what happens without having to just like read a quick and dirty Wikipedia article. I feel like that's just sad.
Yeah.
You'd
Plus,
lose
the
so
amount of
much if you do that.
Yeah.
Plus, now you'll get to find out the rest of Lulu's story.
Lulu!
Hello.
Apparently, there are people who have run this adventure and just hate Lulu, and I don't understand it.
Oh no! Immediately, I was like, I have decided that my character loves this adorable elephant. I
What's
decided
the hate about a Hollyphant?
I don't know. Some
Right.
people just don't like Lulu, and like it just seems unnatural.
if I was playing
No.
a less gregarious character, I'm sure I could have been like, this stupid flippin' elephant. Like, it fit with the happy-go-lucky bard to be like, oh, cute creature.
Like, not a fan of this version of it, but the other one, like your stuffed animal, the actual legit picture of it, I liked that version better than this version.
Okay, see, I'm like indifferent between them, but in general, the reaction to what the stuffed animal is that people really find the eyes disconcerting, and I was like, I can see that. I get like,
I love that. I love that creepy cute.
yeah. So maybe by the next time I'll swap it back to the original art. Then we'll see. I'm really lazy when it comes to fixing things.
There was a.
There
I feel like there was a lot of disturbing things we dealt with in this, but I feel like that tiny elephant desiccating a corpse in a rage is probably the most like disturbing image I have in my head of like sticking a trunk into a body and being like versus like the cultists and the murderers and all those other disturbing things we dealt with. The undead, the hands, the bone hands grafted onto people, all sorts of weird things. The tiny elephant mutilating a body, though.
People also really hate Rhea, and then I was like, that's really weird. Then I saw how everyone was playing Rhea, and I think the problem is in the book it calls her a you know, like a lawful good veteran, and then I looked at it, I was like, but she's 17, and so like everyone has her like as like your classic lawful good, like stick in the mud paladin, and I'm like, no, that's what the book says, but that's not what a 17-year-old like nobody is.
I became an adventurer when I turned 15, and I've been on the field for 2 years.
I mean, I guess that's possible because I've seen animes, but it didn't like the way I've seen other people run her just feels weird. And I think if they probably saw this, they'd be like, that's not Rhea. But I don't know. This felt more like a 17-year-old who like is trying to like go out into the world and be important.
I would like to say that I probably didn't like Rhea because she was annoying.
Yeah, but not annoying in like the annoying paladin way, right? Like she's realistically annoying.
Yes, she's like a little sister that just won't shut up. I know this from experience.
Yeah, don't we all?
I mean, I don't know if you could if you don't have a little sister that never shuts up.
What if you are the little sister that never shuts up?
Oh, well, then you can, in hindsight, see what you were like and be like, yeah, I can see that.
I am the little sister, but I didn't used to talk as much.
I never shut up.
I'm not saying all little sisters are the same, but my little sister.
But that's where we're stopping the module for today.
I think so because I don't think you guys have, well, Frank and me and probably Stats have another fight in us. I just feel like at that point someone's going to die just because I'm like, it's over, just end it. He falls over, just be done.
You old fogies.
Yeah, I'm a little out of gas.
This Matt's like, why did I let them see the rolls this whole time? I could just fudge them right now. They could be dead. Everything could be done.
So this is the other thing is I understand why a lot of people don't like the players being able to see the rolls, but part of it is that since you guys can see the rolls, there's not always that question like, well, how close of not a hit was it? Or like, how much have we hurt that guy? Like, you could see the rolls, and so like it's the information that your characters would be able to pick up on is there. Sure, every now and then that means that I'm lazy and I'm like, oh, you know you rolled poorly on your search check. But you also know that's all you know.
My investigation was a 4, but I think that's fine. So come on in.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like, especially in an online method, it streamlines a lot of things because we're dealing with like weird analogs throughout everything we're doing.
Yeah, and I generally am not a fan of hidden information if it doesn't need to be. Like when I'm watching, there's a lot of like times people are like whispering to like the GM for like basic stuff like, oh, like here's what your knowledge check is, here's just what you know. And then you just sort of wait and see if the players actually talk. And I'm like, all they're going to do is like look at what I just gave them and then read that to the other players. So I kind of just skip that step. But I don't know. Some people like it because it's more immersive. I don't know.
I like the way that you've been handling it with us.
I think there's a place for secret roles and secret information. Like if it's something specific to a character's backstory that they may want to keep secret, but like that's probably something that's more established or should be established between that player and the DM prior, so that there's that understanding of what information should be private.
I agree there. How much longer do we have here, guys? Because I can keep rambling. So
I'm gonna
I
keep
want to
vamping.
click this end stream right now. So.
what? No, it has
We're at
24
20
hours.
We're at 23 hours, 19 minutes.
We can do this, Frank.
40
I'm at
minutes,
5
Frank.
hours and 23 minutes. So.
40 minutes, Frank. Come on, you can do it. I have faith in you because the next question is something that you have
40
thoughts
minutes.
on. I think you have thoughts on. I think 5 is a good number. Like you know how modules always say like 4 to 6 players. I don't think 4 is enough, and I think 6 is just one too many. If one of those is if like that's 6 real players, because as it is, 5 everyone gets kind of enough time. Every now and then someone gets a little shorted in a scene, but they usually make it up later. That 6th person makes everything take so much longer.
Do modules give like a sliding scale for encounters when you have different numbers of players?
That's adorable that you think that they put that much effort into it.
No, that's my point. I've never played a module. I've only
So the
players-
modules are set with the idea, depending on which edition you're playing. It's set based off of what they think you should be having as players. In 3rd edition, it was based off of, I believe, 5. No, I'm sorry. In 3rd edition was based off of 4. And 4th edition was based off of 5. And 5th edition is based off of 5. And then they provided you with, in the Dungeon Master Guide, a way to finagle the encounters based off of how many players you had. So, of course, the more players you had, the higher the experience count that you're supposed to get through each encounter. The less players you had, the less experience. To answer Matt's question, 5 is kind of the ideal number because you get enough overlap so that you kind of have everything, every role filled, while allowing everybody to still kind of play whatever they want without it hurting too much. 4 is basically hard mode because then you need to make sure everybody is specialized, and even then, you still need people to dip into other places and kind of miss out on like one thing or another. And then six, it just gets too crowded at that point. Then you play the game of who should get how much time with each scenario that's going on, and before you know it, one round of combat just took an hour just because of people sitting around taking too long to figure out how they want to do their character or how they want to react with their character.
Yeah, like the biggest issue is that if, especially if you're playing D&D as D&D is intended, I joke about that, but it's really like that 6 to 8 resource using encounters and adventuring day, and the encounters are based on what you would see in the monsters manual. Like there are things that if you just don't have, like you can get by without thieves tools. Someone's probably going to soak some extra damage. Maybe you have to use like find traps as a spell. But there's some things like, especially once you get to mid and late levels, if you're missing like dispel magic from your team's roster or counterspell, like you're just gonna eat giant chunks of damage that the book is just like, oh yeah, no, the wizard uses his reaction in a third level spell, and that fireball doesn't happen. And like with 4 people, that's really hard to make sure you're covering all of that. That fifth person does so much.
I think 4 is a feasible number, though. Like, granted, I don't know if I've ever actually really played in a 4-person campaign. I've played in a 3, and I've played in like Frank, what's ours, 7 or something. I don't know. It's absurd. Yeah, 6. Okay. Um, and but like the main categories you need to fill are someone that heals, someone that's a damage person, someone that has spells that are like damage and utility, and then like some sort of rogue or bard, jack of all trades sort of person who fills in the little niche things like the sneaking and thieving and stuff like that. I feel like those are the 4 main categories that you need.
You forgot
5
your
just makes it
frontline,
a little easier.
your frontline tank.
Well, I was including that with the fighter damage type person.
So-
That's a rogue.
The interesting thing about the tank role is as you get to higher levels. So D&D 5th edition operates on. If I'm saying stuff you guys already know, just let me know because I tend to ramble. It's called bounded accuracy. So you see how like your proficiency bonus and your stats grow, but your armor class is kind of not getting much higher. Like once the dwarf gets plate mail, you're gonna jump what 3 points. Then unless you get magic, which is fairly rare, 21-ish is where it goes. But your plus to hit right now is what 4 to 5, mattering on who we're looking at, and in like 2 levels, that's going to jump to plus 7 or so. But your armor class is going to stay stagnant. So by levels where they stop writing modules because of the math breakdown, by like levels 13 to 15, it's more a question of how many hits get through, right? So things will have like 3 to 5 attacks, and about 2 to 3 of them are going to hit. Just no matter how good your defense is. And so that's why eventually raw tanking just isn't as effective, especially as a lot of that damage starts carrying like pretty bad riders. Like, oh, and you might get paralyzed, or oh, and you might get knocked prone, or oh, you might get knocked back, or all sorts of terrible things. So things like blur and mirror image that keep you from getting hit at all start being how you tank. But from level 1 to 3, that 18 up armor class is the difference between your party living and dying.
Seeing that
Makes sense.
schmuck with 12 health up front, it makes me feel real good.
Well, I'm sure you're planning some defensive spells in your repertoire.
Yeah, Hellish Rebuke.
That doesn't prevent damage.
Yeah, but I think I'm agreeing with Spencer that that's what you need for a good defense is a good offense. You know,
I just plan on not being available to hit.
you are doing so good at that. And I'm in, and I'm out,
Here?
and I'm in,
Yep.
and I'm.
Now you see me? Now you don't. Like peekaboo.
It's one of the reasons ranged rogues are so good, but melee rogues, like, there's they just feel better, even though they're mechanically not that much better. They just feel more fun.
It's the only way I can see it really being better. Like I have a rapier. I'm able to do melee, and it would give me a 1d8 versus a 1d6 with my short bow. But I don't think the 1d8 benefit is worth the risk of being in melee and getting hit when I've focused all my stats on like dexterity and like charisma or intelligence and not strength.
It was
Not
weird to
constitution.
embrace my lack of damage and like my plentitude of utility, because even like my weird characters that I just am doing strange things with end up doing like a significant amount of damage on like a good portion of the game, and they'd be like, "Here I am playing some music, giving someone a debuff. This is what I'm here for," and I'm like, I could just stab you. I could just stab you. And I would do more damage.
Damage is really, really important, and that might be besides the well, you've got the rogue, you've got the warlock. Like damage might be an issue for you guys, especially in like these tight quarters where you can't just set up an artillery range.
It's dependent on the dispersity of the type of damages as well. So it's like things that are heavily armored, it's difficult for people to actually hit them. Whereas if you do magic that requires a saving throw, you completely mitigate armor.
Yeah, no, like that's one of the meanest things I think a lot of modules do. Like this one, like that Kazira, she's got like chainmail and a shield. That's sitting at like a 19 armor class or so, 18 or 19 armor class. And
That's like
you
me.
guys, yeah, you guys are supposed to be level 2 coming in here. So you don't have any of your features, you don't have your second level spells. Like 18's a really hard to get for a level 2 character. It's scary. And I feel like they do a good job of in most of the adventures I've read or been in. They do a really good job of like slowly introducing the concept, but I really wish that there was like the player's guide wasn't just rules, but it was things like that, like diversify how you do damage in your group. Because if everyone is rolling against armor class, that one guy who rolls up in full plate and a tower shield at level 2, he might just kill your party. Diversifying saving throws is also important. I think every now and then, like someone's like, "What spells should I take?" And I look and I'm like, anything that's not another dexterity saving throw, because that's all you've got, and you're gonna come across like a phase spider or a wolf or a rogue with evasion, and just not a like you'll burn through a spell slot every turn, and they'll just do nothing.
Don't you tell me what to take. I'll choose what to take. I'm a smart bot. I can make my own choices. Live my own life.
Yeah, there are some cantrips that are just kind of garbagey. But most of the damage ones are kind of just whatever, right? Like they do damage, and sometimes you get lucky and oh, that thing was vulnerable, and so it's actually like decent. But then you've got things like Blade Ward and True Strike that they're just not worth the action.
True Strike in this is a full round action, right? Or like an actual action. So
Yeah.
It's not a bonus action. It'd be one thing if it was like I use a bonus action to do this, but it's no. I'm spending one whole action to do nothing. It's like probably hit you next round. Probably.
Yeah.
I'm cutting you off.
Are you done?
I'm done. I'm falling asleep.
You're
Just-
so
I'm not
close.
part of the conversation anymore.
You're so close.
I know.
Yeah. Wait, no. Why don't we just keep trying like to drag you across?
No, we're not doing it.
Hey, when do you want to play Overwatch, Frank?
Weekend at Jonas.
I'm gonna click this button.